Oh, I see. Hey, Captain. Got my trying to join the Kuri Chopper Club or whatever it is, whatever the name of the club is. No. Well, I tried to Google this build and I found a video that Zizaran made, and I watched that video, and he posted a path of building. That's what I have. Should yoink that too? I don't have it anymore. I was just gonna copy and paste you the link, but I didn't actually bookmark it. I realize now. I do have the path of building, but if you just Google, I don't know. I found I googled the build. I googled like impale, POE impale, and it like came up in the top like 3 results. So should be easy enough to find. Yeah. I did not do a lot of looking to try and find this build. Let's see. I kind of want to do heists today, but I think I'll just chill with some maps for like a little bit first. That's what I've been doing. I kind of want to do different stuff, but let's do some maps. Maybe we can get some good mods. Although the mods are going to change really soon.
With all the gods dead, I suppose I should turn my full attention to you. We shall see how far you can be pushed.
I had a bunch of stacks of bleed on me. And didn't press my bleed flask. I've been really lazy about gearing for this build. I still need to do, I've only done normal lab. This build doesn't actually get much out of cruel lab until you do merciless lab. Well, that's not true. You take for cruel lab, you take the node before perma fortify, and then for merciless you take perma fortify. But I can't I can't be bothered giving a gem link to fortify. So there's no point in me doing cruel lab until I'm also going to do merciless lab, which I do plan on doing today. But it's just like when I was looking over, like, you know, I was like, oh, okay. Normal lab is really good because it gives me impale support. And then I was looking, okay, so when do I want to do cruel and merciless? And I was like, well, it you don't really get any benefit out of cruel unless you're gonna socket it and fortify. Which means giving up a gem link, because you can't you can't do something cheeky like socket in like a whirling blades or socket in like a leap slam fortify, because then whatever that attack is that procs your fortify eats an exert. That it throws off your exert management. There might be a way. Like maybe there's a travel attack skill, because there's that one mod you can craft that's travel skills don't exert war cries. So if there was a way to proc fortify on a travel skill, then you could get around the issue of exert management. But I didn't really look into it. I was just like, well, I do die a lot with this build because I have very bad gear. The only priority I have on my gear is capping resists and DPS on my axe. So I think I might have a few pieces of stuff that doesn't even have life rolls. Like I think one of my rings doesn't have a life roll, which is pretty bad. I'll look at all my gear after this map. Can do an analysis on how bad it is. Spoiler though is it's pretty bad. I missed the whole pack. All right, I think how you want to do this, right, is you want to go down to the last exert, right? Then you exert up this one again. Alright, so I should be like omega big damage here as long as I land this, right? Unfortunately, this is a multi-phase boss. I didn't do as much damage as I thought it was. I still have to actually figure out how the mechanics work. I missed a lot of mobs. Don't know where. Is it just bugged because I died in a delirium? I don't see that much stuff alive still. Oh no, there's some stuff here. Okay. So seismic cry. Exerts oh, exerts the next 4 melee slam attacks, even though you have an additional one. Alright, so since I have this okay. Okay, that was where I was confused. Okay, since I have this socketed to second wind gives me wait, this doesn't make any sense. Oh, right, because of the passive tree. Okay, war cries exert 1 additional. But even wait. No, okay. So it exerts the next 4 melee slams, but in effect I get 5 because of that passive skill. Exerted attacks deal 30 more damage. Exerted attacks deal 30 more damage per previous attack exerted by this war cry. Exerted attacks have 30% increased area of effect. Exerted attacks have 3%. So that line that says exerted attacks deal 30 more damage per previous attack exerted by this war cry, wouldn't that mean attack number 5 is just super buff? This doesn't seem balanced at all. So I can see how the war cries make this OP. So yeah, correct me if so. Okay, so what is the rotation here, Captain? So it's when you go into the boss. Well, before you go into the boss, you got your seismic cry. I got 5 exerted, and then you also put up your intimidating cry, which gives me 3, and then the intimidating cry. Exerted attack still doubles. This is so stupid. So, do you have to hit something with the exerted attacks? Like, what stops me from just okay? There's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Like, and then I does it reset? Maybe it resets if oh, wait. No, I mean I don't know if I'm supposed to intimidate and cry again now that it's unexerted. Maybe not. And then like that last attack would just been huge damage. I don't know if like casting the cry again. Like, can you chain this? There's no way you can chain this. Like, it's not like okay, let me cast Seismic again, and now these next attacks continue to be buffed, or does it? And the AoE gets pretty big. The AoE does seem bigger. Is this really a thing? Hold on. Does this stack across? No, it's gone back. Okay, you can see it getting bigger though. Okay, it's touching the portal. Because this is increased AoE, right? Oh no, this one's increased AoE. Wait, which one's increased AoE? I thought one of them was increased. Maybe I'm dumb. Oh, I might be dumb. Yeah, increased exerted attacks of 30% increased area of effect. They all are. Oh, that's getting bigger. Oh, because my mouse is moving. It's as simple as that. Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the order is you're supposed to push these in, but I don't know if like if I do this, if I make another war cry, like maybe it's there's no way to test in game. That's the thing. It can't like I saw and I like someone made a post on Reddit. Now Reddit always has a bunch of stupid ideas, but the post they said was what if you? This made me think of Vagrant Story. What if you put a target dummy? It was like a decoration you could put in your hideout, and the target dummy tells you how much damage you hit it with. So you could just go up to the dummy. You could set all your buffs, and then you figure out how your skills work. You don't need the tooltip because the tooltip's bad. Path of building's pretty good, but sometimes that doesn't tell you the full story. I believe it is use the war cry with 5 exerts, attack twice, use the other war cry, attack twice, attack the boss's huge damage. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you might be right. I think the reason why I didn't do that much damage is I used this one again thinking I could get the stack. I mean, the wording of the war cry would make you think maybe you would get the stack, but it didn't seem like I got the stack, so okay. Let's exert up like that. Oh, okay, no, you don't do that. You gotta, right. Yeah, that would make sense the more I'm thinking about it. So, Seismic, attack twice. You do this one. Like, if you wanted to, you could go up to the boss. Like, the one. Like, each of those attacks is getting stronger, but maybe you probably only want to hit it with the last one, right? Because that one will be your impale, and because the keystone, you can only hit it with impale once, right? Well, once every 4 seconds. So you want the last one to be the impale. You don't want to attack the bosses at all with the other attacks that you can only impale for. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So then you impale and then you press the steel skill, Call of Steel, and then you profit on that huge impale. Okay, that makes sense. I'll be honest, I didn't have to do any of these mechanics until now. Because the skill through the axe, you can just play it however, and press Call of Steel, and you usually clear maps. So I might even still be able to do that in white maps if my gear wasn't trash. But I want to actually practice doing the full deeps. Yeah, that makes sense. I was not like I wasn't bothering. Yeah, it does so much damage even without the mac like the cheeky, but the cheese is so good. The cheese is really good because you can really profit off of that. But yeah, you do so much damage. Just I don't mind self casting the war cries, so I just go around and cast them and kill stuff. And if you can just willy nilly cast the war cries, you do insane damage. Yeah, the attack speed does not matter because you only get an impale off every 4 seconds, so you go with a slow weapon. Well, being in low maps with low survivability because I don't have good life, I have trash gear. Um, the only thing that sucks about the slow attack speed is you'll roll up into a mob, and you'll be like, okay, I need to kill this mob because I'm used to being a spellcaster, which rolls up into a mob, casts a spell, and then takes control. But with this skill and this maybe melee in general, but especially since you don't care about stacking too much attack speed, the mobs can kill you before you get the attack off. If you roll up into a mob and be like, I'm going into the mob, I'm gonna kill stuff. If you're like out of your element, which let's see, what am I now? I'm 73. I shouldn't be dying, but
Hello.
like yeah, going into maps and playing as careless as I'm used to playing, it is easy to die. But man, this skill is so strong.
Go
I
with
get a
the
feeling the nerf hammer is gonna come down after Heist. Yeah. Yeah, you're right, Captain. Fortify is what? 25% less damage against all damage types, or is it just Fizz? Let me see. I think it's explained on the passive tree, one of these. Less damage from all hits. Yeah, Rip Call of Steel after Heist. I've also been considering running Cast on Damage Taken Immortal Call. Because this build doesn't actually need a lot of sockets. The only sockets you need is your main skill. Let's see. Only sockets you need is your main skill and your Warcry. What else do I have here? Oh, and your auras. In your banner. But the banner doesn't even need to be linked. So let's see. You need splitting skill. Okay. So you've got you've got Ground Slam, you've got your War Cries, you've got your supports, which is the Splitting Steel, Pride, War Banner, and then your movement skill. So that's like another 4 socket. And you're left with 4 sockets left over. And your weapon, which you can either socket into your chest. You can either socket Ground Slam into your chest or your weapon. The nice part about doing it in the chest is then you can more easily upgrade weapons, which I kind of like. Touch Warcry, since that so many extra buttons for damage compared to Call of Steel. Just hit the button. Forehead. So was the Warcry rework a buff? I remember Warcry's got just a straight buff. I remember Warcry's got a dress. I mean, they did add... They like redid a whole part of the tree over here for Warcries, right? And then they added Call to Arms. That was in Harvest, okay. The straight buff, okay. These are all new, right? Seismic, Intimidate might be old, but Seismic is new. I think. This is just insane. If they remove just the Call of Steel, you can still... well, the only issue is it's linked to slams. You can only... like, how many melee slam attacks are there besides Ground Slam and, like, Earthquake? Let's do... I'm actually curious. I will go to Laggy Orioth to get some details. Oh wow, there's nobody here. I was playing earlier and I was like 15 FPS because everybody and their brother was here with their MTX. Slam. Okay, Ground Slam. Perforate, never heard of that. I think it's an old skill. Leap Slam. Okay. So you could proc Fortify on Leap Slam since it's a travel skill. And you would just need that one craft. Travel skills don't exert, but I'm not gonna bother. Okay, Sunder. Didn't actually know that was a slam. Ah, right. You are right about that. Yeah, no matter what, it screws up your impales. It just won't screw up your exerts. I don't know. It's weird because Ziz's video said something about you could run revert Sunder. Ziz's video said, I vaguely remember the part he was like, you could run Fortify before. He said definitely don't run Leaf Slam because as for movement, run Dash or Flame Dash because you'll screw up your impales. But he said you could use Fortify as gem. I guess you just have to give up a link on Ground Slam because I don't see any way you work it into the build that doesn't screw up your build's mechanics. Like you give up. I mean, you probably don't need this. You definitely don't need it for the axe. If you happen to get a 5 link in the axe, which you probably aren't going to get anyway. What did they change about Sunder? I remember Sunder being a usable melee skill, but that was forever ago. I think. Maybe it was a meme skill. It's one of the skills I remember discussion about melee. Seismic Cry, Earthquake. It used to be meta, okay. I think because it's like the most... Ranged melee? I'm curious. I think it's just like you make like a little projectile in front of you with your weapon. Sunder. Okay, well it looks like any other slam. What's the revision history? Fixed above a bug. Alternate quality. Visual effects improved. Now slams the ground. This is a buff. Maybe 13.11 was the nerf. And this is a lot of text, so yeah, shockwaves now deal 40 less damage. Oh, from 60. Okay, so that's less. I don't know. I never played this. Yeah, I don't remember it looking like this. I thought it was like a smaller thing. Hey, Lax. I dusted off the Diablo 3 on it. I didn't actually know Diablo 3 is on Switch. Nice. How is your build in Diablo 3 coming? Earthquake, Ice Crash, Ancestral War Chief. So there's not a lot of good. Okay, so Stone Golem doesn't actually have the slam spell tag. I'm gonna say maybe you could do some kind of janky "you cry for your golem" build. You cry and it's just a minion. That'd actually be pretty cool. Imagine it doesn't work. Like, the mechanics don't work that way in Path of Exile. But imagine an alternate universe where your war cries apply to your minions, and you could do like a marauder summoner, and he casts the golem. And he just cries, and the golem does the buffs up the golem with the cries, and the golem goes in and does the damage. You give the enduring cry, and the golem gets its endurance charges. Pretty easy to get end game builds in D3 since you basically get a free busted set every season. Interesting. Additional 3 to 5% per upgrade is hard. And sure, it could be, your war cries apply to your golems. All right, who's buying the $500 supporter pack or whatever it is, so we can make that unique happen? Because I doubt, I don't know, maybe it's like an issue coding it, but I can't imagine anyone would object on like a, sorry, that skill is too OP, sir, grounds. Your war cries apply to your golems. It's just like the cheer build. I think that would be really cute. Anyway. Right, I was gonna look at my gear. I don't actually know what kind of damage you're looking for on your axe when you don't have any money. Like, what's a good axe yeah, it's bad, but it's decent enough for being poor? I think this might be around it. I think you want like what, 30 DPS, 30 PDPS, or excuse me, 300 PDPS. I think this was an alt spam craft. I think I got the ads fizz, and then I regaled and then crafted increased fizz. This helmet I just recently got, and I put my golem in it because I can get +2 levels to my golem. But I picked it up because it had life. This ring I bought. I don't get anything from that craft, but I bought it. I can it's open prefix and suffix. So I can take that off and add make it tri-res. I'm not sure why the seller of this didn't do that. This is only 5C. I don't know why you don't craft cold on this and you put it on. Unless he was using, maybe he's elemental lightning attack or something silly, and he was using it and just sold it when he was done. Half of the slams are good. Ground slam, earthquake, earthshot, perforate is usable. GS works best for this build. Why is that? Cause let's see. Because of stun? Oh, is it the more damage multiplier? Colt does closer targets. Keep that weapon and upgrade it when you get his craft with chaos. The hitbox on ground slam is hard to figure out because I don't actually. Sometimes when I'm really close to an enemy, it just doesn't hit. That's too close. I don't know what classifies as closer. But you want to definitely be in the closer range for the boss when you go in with that super buffed up exerted attack. This tier up is 60? The next tier up. Oh, okay. Oh, I should be using this. What's new in Yoink? There's a whole new area where you do heists and steal stuff. It's got well, it's got some issues. A lot of people have negative perceptions of heists, and I totally get it. I think you'd be very burnt out on it if you're playing the Flashback League and you also played Heist, the main league. But experiencing it for the first time in Flashback League, it feels okay, although I do see all the issues. I think it is a good example of just like I think thematically it's really cool. I like the idea of being like a thief in Rye class. I think that's really cool. And like the feeling, like, it's also a reason that I like the mines. There's a really good sense of immersion when you're in the Asherite mine, going deeper and deeper. Like that sense of exploration is really cool, and I think the immersion of Heist is really cool too, just from like a feeling into the game perspective. It's also super profitable, but it's. I feel like GGG does this a decent amount of time, come up with good ideas, and then they just make it a little too complicated. Like I think if you removed like particularly the complexity of all of the heist accomplices, like if you take out like they all have equips, and they all have like level ups and skills that help them perform better in heists. You equip them up and you both level them up, and there's a bunch of different ones. You also have to unlock them and do their quest lines. And that resets in Flashback League. I think if you just, I think it would be a big improvement if you just had the heisting and you had the people, but you don't have to bother with like unlocking stuff for them or equipping them up. Leveling up for them might still be fine. Like do more heists, get them higher leveled, or maybe they can drop items that accelerates their levels, stuff like that. But yeah. They already said that they're going to rework it. It's just kind of funny. There's a pretty funny forum Reddit post from Bex that's like, it's like you have to read between the lines a little bit. But it says like, yeah, we're going to change how Heist is going core, but don't worry, we're going to change the bad aspects that get reset all the time. But we can't tell you that yet, because if we tell you that, you'll be like, well, I'll just stop playing PoE and wait till they fix this. They have to leave you in the dark to be like, well, I don't know if it gets any better, so I guess I'll just keep playing PoE. Yeah, I should. Well, I'm just. Should I spend the fork? I don't know how. Because you probably have to craft an axe. Like, I will continue to pick up an ID axes off of the ground. If I find a rare Kurui chopper, I will pick that up and ID it. But I think you've got to like alt spam, right? What's like the budget crafting option? I got my Kurui chopper, although, yeah, 4C is nothing. Good point. I've got my. I want to wait until at least this gets to like I can get one at eye level like 73 because I think that's the next tier up. But even then, it's pretty rare. Well, I mean the higher tier fizz mods are rarer than the lower tier ones. There's so much crappy mods that axes can roll. You really don't care about suffixes unless you're a bleed build, as far as I can tell. So you just want to roll one of the prefixes and I guess just regal up. Roll one of the prefixes, regal up, craft, be happy. But I don't have that many alts. I was alt spamming this or one at a lower eye level, and then I just tossed it and put this one in instead. I was alt spamming an axe for a little bit, and it's just like, well, the issue was I was also alt spamming on a flask. So it's like, oh, I'll hit it. I'll hit staunching. And then I burned like 50 alterations and never saw staunching. I was like, all right, I'll beastcraft now. You got me, game. Good joke. And then I was out of alterations. But I did throw a few alterations on a Kurui chopper. Yeah, it's hard to hit. I think this one I did altcraft before. Guess I'm curious how much deep this is going to go up to. This has got to be the biggest one, right? There's no way it goes... There's no way there's a bigger... Yeah, they only go up to tier 3, right? This is as good as it gets. If you want to multi-mod it, I think there's a... Well, there's one above this. There's one above this that costs an exalt. Ooh. Goes to 129. Damn. Damn, that's pretty high. Wow, okay. Do you know Captain the Leo Veiled mod craft that's increased damage? Do you know how that interacts with fizz weapons? Like, does that add to your PDPS? Or is that like global damage? Like, what is the multi-mod strat for axes? Did you go for that? Don't know how. I think it's global. Okay, so it's not as good. I think you're right too. You know what? I think that's on belts. I think that's my bad. I think that's a belt. I think that's a belt. Increased damage. I think that's a belt mod. I don't think that's a weapon mod. So yeah, it's not going to be failed. Oh, right. Right, because quality is good. Man, that sucks. That sucks because unlocking the veiled mods is not fun when you do it for the 20th time. Like, the first time you do it is kind of fun. But it gets old quickly. Can we hit 99? The high half range. Okay, cool. So we're at upper range of 426. Not bad. How did I get this? What did I do? Oh, I took it out. Oh, to craft. Okay, I'm done. I'm I'm looking at my 2 skill gems in my inventory. I'm like, wait, what are these doing here? How long have they been here? Yeah, you can't craft on something if it has gems inside. What's interesting to me, here is the build, by the way. Take a look at the build. Forget this. Oh, okay, so I'm thinking about maybe, all right, so this that I have socketed, this isn't my build, this is his build. This is, well, this is the path of building that Ziz posted for this build. It's not my current tree, but I have his two uniques because they're really easy to get. So rapid expansion, ground slam has a 35% chance to grant an endurance charge when you stun an enemy. I don't know exactly how stun works. I don't know like how like what that's probably based on like how strong your attack is and how much HP the enemy has. I don't know because that's like how freeze is, but if this could be pretty efficient endurance charge generation. Because I do have extra sockets. I could run Enduring Cry. I love Enduring Cry. I love Enduring Cry, and I don't mind Clunky as long as it's still workable. And you could also run it. You could also run Immortal Call without Enduring Cry, or without endurance charges altogether. It still gives you a buff, it's just not as good as with the endurance charges. It is an issue that the Immortal Call expends your endurance charges if you can't get them back up too quickly when the Immortal Call ends. But one of the things that bugs me about this build, and this build only goes up to level 80, because that's when Ziz died with this build, because apparently he died to a disconnect, and he just posted the tree, and he just left it at that. But, we are, Miss Fran. We are bonking. It's a lot of fun. I hope you try out this build. Have you started yet? Have you hopped into Flashback yet? One of the things that bugs me about this tree is there's so many, like, when you play, has anyone ever played like an Inquisitor or a Witch that goes Immortal Cry or Enduring Cry, and you want those extra endurance charges? You got to go way out of your way to get them. Like sometimes you really want endurance charges, but they're just so damn hard to get to. But this tree for the bonker, like taking the max endurance charges is so efficient. Like it's 2 nodes out of your way for +1 here, 2 more nodes for +1, and there's one here too. I swear, where is it? Yeah, this one. For 6 nodes, I could have 3 additional endurance charges. It feels like you pay a lot more. You pay a lot more for any other build. How long is it? It's 3 weeks. It's 3 weeks and it just started like last Friday. So you got what was today? Tuesday. Going to be Wednesday. You got 2.5 weeks and some change, maybe. So I just feel bad having such easy access to endurance charges and not taking them. But max endurance charges doesn't mean anything if you're not generating those charges. I do get charges off of ground slam. It's just one of the things that's nice about Enduring Cry is you can cast Enduring Cry when you need it. So you can get those, like if you're about to take a sketch encounter with a mob, you can cast Enduring Cry. You can get those endurance charges up. With the Ground Slam Rapid Expansion Jewel being your endurance try generation, you can't get those endurance charges unless you're already ahead. You got to be killing stuff, which typically is not when you need those endurance charges as badly as when you're getting hit. Like if you're in control, you don't need endurance charges as much as when you're out of control. So I don't know how much max endurance charges would be without Enduring Cry. which is another cry. But hey, I think what other cry support do I have? Increased war cry speed. I think that's it. We wouldn't be able to put it on movement. But I don't know if I care. What is my current skill setup? I'm not sure. I might be using my PoE for new endgame league. Yeah. I'm basically the opposite. I think the fact that I'm playing this league means I'm not playing next league. But I'm fine with that. Because if it's an endgame expansion, it's getting worked into the base game. Yeah, I get burnt out on PoE too much, so I'll go in this league because I think the flashback is kind of cool now that I'm playing it. I think it's cool you go into maps and you're like guaranteed something fun's going to happen to that map. Like you're guaranteed to see a Piranda's chest or a metal morph or I'm not a big fan of Blight, but it's a super profitable bad tower defense game. And the fact that if you like stock up on maps and the mods change every hour, if you happen to find like a map that has a really like good layout and a mod you really want to farm right now, then you just get all those maps in the map device and go in for that hour. I think that's kind of cool too. Most of the stuff in the flashback is events I didn't play. Like I didn't play the Metal Morph League. I didn't play the Legion League. I did play a lot of Blight, but whatever. I played Pirandas. That was forever ago, though. So I love the Pirandas being in the flashbacks. That's my first league of PoE. So it also helps that the events that are put in the flashback are events that I, with the exception of Blight, that I have fondness of, or events that I didn't play the base league of. So seeing those encounters in every, like in every map is new to me. Not an experience I've had before. Plus Heist. I didn't play I bet Heist at this point has got to be insanely boring. If you played the base league, you probably just avoid it for the flashback. But having not played Heist before, it's okay. Having some fun with it. I'll try to do this one un-ID'd. Hopefully it's not Fizz Reflect Forehead. Right, I was gonna show off I'll show it off after this mod. I talk too much. Let's get to the map for once. Break up the monotony. If it's gonna be an endgame league, then it'll be incorporated in the base game, and I can just play it, whatever the next league I play is.
A worthy opponent.
The teasers, Yimo. Okay, so Yimo was. I forget when this was, but Yimo was. I forget exactly what he said too, but he made me have a laugh because he was talking about the PoE next league teasers and how bad they are. and they posted another one today, which was like fits Yimo's point perfectly. It was the blandest screenshot ever that we're just supposed to get excited about, and people do because they're obsessed with PoE. Nothing wrong with that, but yeah, the league's in a state. The next expansion in the state is in a state where they expected it to have this out there by now, right? The new league was already supposed to be playing it now, and they kind of teased it before, and now they're in the awkward state where they need to like manufacture hype for an additional month before it actually comes out. But yeah, such is life, such is game dev life, I guess. I was watching Ziz do a bladed map. I hardly ever watch PoE streams anymore. I used to watch it when I was really into the game. Most of the time now, I just like, if I'm not playing PoE, it's because I'm burnt out on PoE. And if I'm not burnt out on PoE, then I'm probably playing PoE. Which means otherwise I'm not. So if I'm sick of the game, I'm not watching streams. And if I'm interested in the game, I'm probably playing it. So I hardly ever watch PoE streams anymore. But I did watch Ziz play earlier today while I was eating. And I noticed when he does bladed maps, all he puts is those minion towers everywhere. Like well, he's probably got a really good PC because the minion towers, I don't know. I feel like if I had all the way upgraded minion towers all over the map, my PC would lag to crap. I don't have I have a really good graphics card. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what the deal is, but PoE still makes my computer look like crap. But yeah, he doesn't even. Ooh, speaking of bladed maps. He doesn't even, that's all he puts on is just a map full of, yeah, oh right, and they put one of the empowers in the center, so I guess that really is the strat. I think he also, he was, he was doing party play, because he's playing not solo self-found, so he had his support with him, and, I think either he or his support put a freeze one in, because the freeze is good too. The freeze is definitely good. But yeah, the strat was just, let me make an empower and a minion. And we're going in. That's all I need. They rebuffed the minion towers. Okay, because I remember they were really good during Blight, and then during the middle of Blight, they nerfed them, and I guess that they rebuffed them, which was good. They feel like good meat shields. PoE always does, yeah. PoE... Time for a new development manifesto. They bumped every tower except for, guess I'm not making meteor towers anymore. Better options. Let's actually try to do the mechanics since that's the boss. So dude, the boss is coming. I don't care. Boss can come all the way over here. I've got to get my war cries up. Yeah, you just get everything up. You just get everything up, right? And then it's like this, right? No. No, okay. You get. Okay, let's get rid of this. I think the rotation is you burn 2 of the seismics. Yep, they're working on PoE 2, but it's a big bait because who knows when it's coming out now. Okay. Alright, so this next attack should do big deeps. This build is so cool. Let's see if this one-shots the boss, because he got an impale too. He can't hit anything except the boss, though. Well, this attack has to hit. Oh yeah, that looked pretty good. I want to actually go in. I can't do the tower because tower is multi-phase and that's annoying. I mean, I can do it. It's just not going to showcase. I want to practice the rotation. I could go do a Zaro, but I probably should. I'm not mentally prepared to do Merciless Slab and not die yet. I probably need to craft a couple staunchings or seething life flasks. A PoE 2 was announced before like the coronavirus outbreak. And even before it was announced, they didn't have like they didn't have much to show other than just I don't know. Apparently you get to be like a furry. There's some shape shifting ability, and it's obviously been delayed, but it didn't have a solid release date before then. They haven't really talked about it much since their schedule got screwed up because of coronavirus. So I don't know where that stands now, but Grinding Gear Games is big on announcing something super in advance and trying to get people hyped about it with some of the details, and comes out much later. So I just ignore stuff until it's actually coming out soon. It's gonna share an end game though, so I'd imagine it's gonna have like a new pass, like completely new passive tree. But as long as it's sharing an end game, if the goal is to like reduce the complexity of the game, I don't know. I don't know how much of that is feasible if they both share an end game. Oh, that is nice, yeah. Is Path of Exile seriously not available on Mac yet? Mac OS.
Hello.
Don't blame them. Do you ever try does Mac have wine? I know some people run this game on wine. More power to them. I tried wine once and I was like, Got to the point where I was like, all right, I spent 10 minutes trying to get this to work. That's good enough. I'm done. Came out due to all the effects. Can't imagine running much better on Mac hardware. They did a lot of performance stuff for Windows. They have the Vulkan renderer out, now. I can't use the Vulkan renderer because the last time I tried it, which was a couple leagues ago, every time I tab out, the PoE client flashes black for a very brief moment. And I think that's like really bad for stream, or when I'm streaming the game. I feel like it'd be super distracting as someone watching my stream. Because I tab out a lot to like go to PoE trade or like check this, check that. See if something's worth anything. It also had some issues because it's in beta, so like it occasionally would crash. But that's the client they see for the future, so they're trying to work out the issues for that. Tried it, but experience is probably not worthwhile. Like beefy MacBook. Is Conservator the Dominus boss? Ad. Did you have to refresh Lux, or did you get a mid roll? Is Twitch doing mid rolls again? I thought they stopped that. Are you one of the specially selected for their new ad experience? Midroll? Yikes. That sucks. Oh, the ad. Right, the what? Yeah, like somehow choosing to make their website worse because some people use an ad blocker. What a fantastic strategy. I guess I'm getting this. I don't. Since I'm dying so often, I've tried to consider taking some leech. Also, I think it's cool to try and play leech since I'm usually playing spellcasters and they don't have as much access to leech as the duelist has. I wonder if your impales leech. Probably. So like pressing my shatter skill, steel call of steel skill should be as good as like pressing a light flask because it's just gonna be big leech. An influx of HP. That's just a 5 link. Yeah, the issue is 5 links don't give you anything to the vendor. Like if you pick up a 6 socket, my loot filter makes the same sound when a 5 link drops and a 6 socket drops, but the 6 socket sells at a vendor for 7 jewelers, so it's a good deal. Like it's definitely worth picking up and vendoring, but the 5 link sells for 1 scrap of wisdom, which is the equivalent of the vendor giving you trash. Like that's worse than a GameStop trade. And since I already have a 5 link, it doesn't matter. Give the 5 link away. Hey, if anybody wants a 5 link, at me before the end of the map, so I don't. Otherwise, I'm throwing it away. Free 5 link giveaway. You know, it's like PoE has grown a lot on Twitch from its early beginnings. They made a change to their streaming rules. There used to be a popular thing that streamers would do with like lotteries. They would do like 6 linking lotteries. Like they'd have a chest that they wanted to 6 link, and they do it. They're like their community of viewers. If you wanted to participate, they'd invite you to their party, and you give them however many fusings you want. You could your whole inventory of fusings if you wanted. And on stream, they would take your fusings and they'd apply them to their item that they wanted to 6 link. And if your set of fusings made the 6 link happen, they'd give you back whatever fusings still remained, and they'd give you the raffle prize, which would be like, they'd do like, I don't know, like whoever gives the fusings that 6 link this chest wins like 6x or something, or like 10x, probably like 10x, because that'd be like, I don't know, maybe back in the day, that's like how much a 6 link costs in fusings, plus a little bit of a lottery bonus. I used to be allowed. It's kind of fun to watch. And then one time, the, the what made the lotteries fair was generally the people who did them were big streamers who would pay with in-game currency about the same amount that buying or like the cost of the fusings would take on average the six link, so like 10x or whatever. So they weren't taking advantage of their viewers. It was just a fun thing to do where you give the fusings and you could win a big prize. But there was one streamer, and he's a good person too. I think it was just a lapse of judgment. he did on a whim a raffle like this with the grand prize of like what was the number, 47 chaos. 47 chaos is like $5. Like imagine if this was real world money. Expect like getting a six link to be like buying like a mid-range like car and giving a raffle where if you give me a car the prize is you win $5. Like that was basically equivalent. And so like the 47C became a huge meme in the community for quite a long time. So I don't know if it was directly because of him, but yeah, they eventually changed their like streaming rules to outlaw lotteries. I don't know, like streaming video games is bigger now than it was then too. Maybe it's like a Twitch issue as well, like with giveaways or something. Grinding Gear Games is bigger too. Maybe it's like they felt like it was too close to RMT. Who knows? But yeah, can't do that anymore. I mean, you can, you just can't stream it. I don't know if specifically that falls against TOS. For if you do it off stream with some friends, you can do whatever you want. But I don't think you can stream it like that anymore. Avoid legal trouble. Going without, yeah, you can just get GDQ apparently to let you in. Like is that how it works? You just like say, hey, I want to be put in this raffle. You just send them a letter, right? You send GDQ a letter and say, hey, I want to be put into that PlayStation 3 raffle, and or PlayStation 5 raffle, and they just have to give you a free entry. Yeah, send them a postcard. Not obligated to advertise it. I looked into like raffle rules because I wanted to make the 30 for 30 challenge actually be a raffle where everybody who finished would be put into a raffle for like a gift card. But then when I read a bunch of raffle rules, I was like, it just sounds like a bad idea, so I scrapped it. I still did it. I just didn't do it officially at the contest. It sounded like that'd be good enough. Just don't make it an official part of the contest. 20 seconds behind. Have you ever tried Streamlink GUI lax? All right, let's actually try and set this up right. Let's get away from the metamorph. Let's take out these people over here. Because I've used that and I like it, and it gets rid of ad problems. Would recommend. The only issue is if a streamer intentionally runs an ad during a stream, it can screw up your VLC. It can screw up your player. DL dev branches. I mean, that should still work too. Like Streamlink GUI just adds a GUI to it, but if you run from command line, it should still work. Alright, so I've got to do this. 1, 2, and then we do that one. So hopefully this one-shots the metamorph. I mean, this should be huge damage. Now, why is that not? Why is that like no? You saw that, right? Okay, so that can't be it. What if we do the war cries at the same time but leave the last one? I mean, it's almost dead now anyway, so we won't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what the cheese is here, but I mean, just reading the text of the war cries. Reading the text of the war cries, I should like one shot that because it should just be insane damage. I thought I put in the thing that says it drops additional catalysts. I don't see a single catalyst. Feels akari.
Hello.
No, I don't. I do not. Fortunately, I did take it off. Yeah. Thanks for checking, though. I did remember. I was very particular that when I put that loot filter on, I thought to myself, I've got to make absolutely sure when I play Path of Exile after the Delve League, this goes off. Yeah, even if I alt tab, there's none over here. I got scammed. We gave you an additional 0 catalysts.
Greetings.
Maybe I. Oh no, there's one. I'm just blind. Never mind. Never mind. Megu blind. It gave me an additional 1. Of course, I get the caster one.
Go with courage.
Cannot level up my golem anymore. Feels bad. Too dumb. Too dumb to have a golem. Oh no, it's a delirium.
They've come to you to die.
Delirium stacked with metalmorph. Oh, this is what death looks like, isn't it? And the fact that it's stacked with metamorph isn't that big a deal. And it's got a legion. Well, some of these mods have to be just luck, because I don't think all 3 of them are like on this map as part of the flashback. One of them is just a lucky. Lucky Skebe. I'm gonna get the monolith later. Here's I was talking to Yimo about this. I don't know if he just does it to antagonize me, but he's like, we were having a back and forth about how Delirium is a bad league mechanic. I mean, a bad mechanic. And how he was like, it's a good mechanic. Well, I now have to backtrack to that Legion because I can't do it because I'm too focused on clearing the Delirium in time. Like, I'm going to have to go back through this map and clean up a bunch of stuff just because I want to make good on the Delirium. I don't know what about that is a good mechanic. Legion stops the Delirium from moving. Okay, well that helps. Let's try this again. Alright. 1, 2, 3. It's gotta be this way, right? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next one's gotta be a big hit. Of course it's a phase change, boss. I still didn't feel like a big hit though. The Impale is good though. Maybe that's actually the max damage I can do, except my axe is bad. That can't be. I mean, it's a decent axe. No. I do not know. I should actually watch like the VOD of that Yimo linked me of that like Cirrus skill with this build so I can actually see what the setup is for the big deeps. Updated Stream Link to 2.0. What changed? Brew related files. Purple place. Oh no, not that. Foul Orb. Brew is a package manager. Piercing Truth. Guess I have to do it. Imagine doing Uber Lab trials without having done Cruel Lab even. Feels bad. I don't have a staunching flask. We might be dying. I mean a Insta flask. And I cannot be bothered to actually like do the mechanics for these traps. Thanks. I don't have Cruel Lab because I don't get any benefit from Cruel Lab until I do Merciless Lab. Because Cruel Lab helps me, Cruel Lab gives me, basically you take the Ascendancy, with this build that gives you Perma Fortify, but you don't, there's not a good way to proc Fortify with it as a link. So, like the Cruel Lab would give you buffs to your Fortify basically, which after you've done Cruel Lab you just run Fortify as a gem link for a little bit, but you really can't do that with this build because it screws up your impales. So I don't get any benefit from Cruel until I have Perma Fortify. So I'd just not bother to do it until I'm ready to do Merciless Lab, which should be soon, hopefully. But at the same time, I'm kind of not looking forward to Merciless Lab at this health level. Because I have bad gear. I mean, if we could figure out the mechanic for the build that gives us like a one shot on Azara, then it's no big deal. I'm still not clear on how to stack the war cries. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, good. Hey Rio, how you doing? This trial just feels a little too long. Imagine if the Uber lab trials were just like one section shorter, like all of them. All of them have like 3 sections you have to get through, right? Imagine if there were only 2. Oh no, this is bad. Okay, good. Ohio. I like how Captain has gone from like cute character names. Like I think we had like Crab Pete. Crab Pete was a cute name. I like Crab Pete. Like the league after, I forget what it was. But now we're just Eagle Ground Slam. I should probably corrupt this because it's a misery.
Greetings. Keep your life to your own.
That's a double essence with a misery. I've got to buff up before this though because I did not play that league, but that is a top tier name. Penelope Prawn. That's a good one. Why it came out. Why you buffed before just for that scenario. That's a triple one, but I don't want to corrupt it. Area contains a mirror of delirium. Okay, so that was the only one we were guaranteed. But where was it? Did I already do it? Oh, this is the same. Is this? I'm pretty tired today, guys. I'm still recovering from a long stream. I mean, I'm not. It's not like every day since that stream has been like me being tired. I don't know. It's just like I'm still like, it's almost Christmas time. Been rest and relax and some sleepy nights, just chilling. I feel like that's one of those nights today. But has this really been the same map where I complained about the delirium? Right. Okay. Well, we did the trial. That's why it took so long. We did have to do the trial. All right. Let's build the metamorph. Talamoana Tane. Drops an offering to the goddess. I don't want that.
Greetings. Farewell.
Try to do that one un-ID'd. Could be a bad idea.
You have fabricated your entire memory.
What is that above me? Oh, it's gone now. Some weird curse. What am I stuck on? It's a Legion. I wonder if all of these mods are on it. I mean, could it really be a coincidence to have gotten a Metal Morph, a Legion, and a Delirium twice on this map? Do you get 3 mods per map in a flashback, or only 1? Ah, there's a lot of dudes there. Somebody is pissed off over there. Doing some big deeps. Gotta stay with the delirium. Yeah, I think that's as many stacks as we're gonna get. Alright. What? Let me read that one again. Geomancer's Incubator adds an incubated 6-link armor item to an equipable item. Item drops. Oh, I see. I thought it said maybe like it links it. That wouldn't make much sense though. Yeah, that one seems like a good one. Of course, it depends on what drops, right? Geomancer sells for 10C. What? It's a giddy lick. Is that not the it sells for a divine? The hell is a tempering orb? The hell is a tempering orb, and why does it cost 3,000 chaos? Is this heist crap? From Heist. What does it do? What do tempering orbs and tailoring orbs do? I know these awaken. I like these exalted orb crap things. I don't know what the regarding lens is, but those are very expensive. Oh, I got to make sure I'm in flashback. Only sells for 14. New enchants on weapons. Okay. Well, why are they? Is this just a price fix? Why are they a lot cheaper in the flashback? Tempering for weapon. No items found. Yeah, they just gotta be exceedingly rare. Alright, time to incubate up. These are the most interesting. Fragment. Guess a map. My gear isn't that good. I don't actually want. I don't want to incubate this gear. Because then I have to keep it on. If I want the stuff.
You die rather well.
End a trial. Stinging doubt. Ah. I mean, the nice thing about not having that many trials done is when you encounter a trial, it's likely you don't have it yet. But at the same time, it's like, now I have to do the trial. Like, sure, needing that one trial left really sucks. But look at it from the bright side. Then every time you see a trial, you can just ignore it, or a trial that isn't it. Okay, I gotta get out of here. Why is there so many things coming at me? Where are the safety spots? Hello? Guess here's one. Okay, I found one. I don't have big life regen. I only have 2 life flasks, so I gotta do it this way. What's everyone's favorite lab trial? I know it's a tough question because you probably have multiple favorites. But if you had to pick one, I have a legit favorite one. My favorite one is Burning Rage because, like, it's over quickly. Trial of Existential Crisis. It's over quickly. How am I still alive? Alright, we're just gonna go. Why is this door locked? Pretty sure the last several leagues, the last 2 at least that I played, I was Marauders. I think. I just remember having a lot of health regen for the lab trials. You can just not care. Lab is, I don't know why this isn't an ARPG. I don't think anybody like legitimately enjoys doing the lab trials. They're just what you have to do to get the extremely OP abilities for your characters. You have to do it every time. Every time, I gotta do them all again.
Must know precisely where he stands.
Now that was some big damage. I'm learning. I'm learning how to Warcry. Did I not already do the Legion? Maybe I skipped it. Yeah. Anything good? I want the at least I have Sand Stance. I was playing Blood Stance for most of the acts, but I think Sand Stance is actually saving my life a couple times now. All right, Tane. What have you got? This Metamorph is pretty buff. I must be careful. I'll summon my Golem. Okay, first organ. Another Kurui Choppa. Might do an I really shouldn't though. I should just run another map. I was gonna do an alt farm there, but I can probably get 2 more maps in if I go quick. 2 more maps in before they reset. I don't know if I don't think level 21 Mana Leech would sell for significant cash, would it?
Farewell.
Okay, I should be able to, hold on. How does this work? If I want to make like tab 13 be the Metamorph tab, then okay, that's cool. Old snap with quality. I have one left of these. All right, I'll pick up the stuff.
I believe in traveling light.
The reasoning being I need alts for
Hello.
crafting later, so every once in a while I'll pick up crap off the ground to just sell for alts. Not a bad idea. Also need gear. There's always a chance to pick up something that I could use too. See, 4 alterations on the ground. Was that like 1 chaos? What? Let me see. What is alterations to chaos now that they have those silly gems? Five alts to 1 chaos. That's crazy. I remember when I was a new player, I would, because alterations are super easy to get when you're a new player, but you can't like figure out how to get like the actual good currency. I remember trading 20 alts for 1 C. Try and get some C with my. Plus, you don't know how to craft with alts anyway when you're a new player. So you're just like, well, I've got. You don't have the currency tab either, so you're like, well, I've got this stash full of alts.
They know all your secrets. Nothing is hidden from their view.
Might as well sell them. It's not a bad way for a new player to make money now, since the exchange is so good. Might even suggest that if a new player is like, man, I need currency. What's a good way I can go? Just pick up unID'd rares and ID them. That's really simple. Not like don't like. So much easier than doing the chaos recipe. Isn't that crazy? Like you probably make more money IDing the stuff for the chaos recipe and selling the alterations. You don't, but it's close. It's close enough to not bother doing the stupid chaos recipe. It's close enough where you should just sell the make alterations and sell those. And does anybody have? Where can I buy some? Come on, I need a little bit. I need to make this thing happen. No, let me. No, my delirium. I wanted the thing. Rip my delirium. I was so close to getting an extra buff. That's dumb. Bad mechanic. Prove me wrong. You know that meme that's like X is bad, change reminder, whatever. That's me. It's me sitting in a chair. Me sitting in a chair. Delirium is bad. Change my mind. Put like Micah's face there. It's me. Put a cute anime girl in that chair. That's SG4E. Go ahead and change his mind. One of the things I do really like about this flashback league is if you roll a map at the start of the hour and it happens to be juicy, then you're like, well, I'm just going to run a bunch of this map this hour, which is kind of cool. I think that's actually kind of cool. Yeah, Miss Fran. So if you check like the forum where they explain it, there's like a list of mods, and every hour at the top of the hour, they roll secretly. Like that's when they reset. So every hour at the top of the hour. So poor Captain. Every hour at the bottom of the hour for anybody in one of the half-hour time zones, they reset, and every map during that hour has the same mods for the duration of that hour. So, for example, it seems like right now, for this hour, so for the next 20-minute sale in Path of Exile, all Haunted Mansion maps contain a Legion, a Metal Morph, and a delirium. This abyss wasn't in the previous one, so this must just be this particular instance of this map. So if you like are playing and you just put in a map and you're like, oh man, this map has a lot of the stuff I want to farm right now, then you just like run that map over and over again. Well, that you're not running a freeze flask, not IDing the strong box, get freeze plus detonate dead. That's death. I'm pretty sure that's what death looks like. Sometimes it's how it be. I mean, I could not be dumb. I could run a freeze flask like what normal people do. But where's the fun in that, right? Why play softcore if you don't want to die? Softcore is for the masochists. Ah, here's that chest. I've come for my revenge. There better be something good inside, but this better drop the exalt. I did this all for an armor scrap and a chrome. I'm picking up that chrome because I earned it. That chrome is going to be the chrome that colors my whatever I need colored to the actual colors that I need it colored to. Not there, Tane. Let's go somewhere a little bit more open so I can kite the metamorph if I need to. Okay, like here. Additional maps is pretty hot.
Greetings.
Hey, FQ, thanks for the host. I appreciate that. How's everybody doing from FQ stream? Welcome, welcome. We're playing some Path of Exile, some free ARPG. They're doing a special event where they're incorporating some of the, lot of the older expansions, making them more prominent for this week. It's called a Flashback event. It's been a lot of fun. What were you streaming tonight, FQ? Temporal change is 15% less effect on you. Well, that's pretty good, but it's a ring slot. It's probably not worth your ring slot.
Journey well.
Virtua Quest, nice. How have you liked it so far? Is it an old game or a new game? Like a modern game, I mean. Old PS2 game, interesting.
Let me tell you. Telerim.
Action RPG spin-off from the Virtua Fighter series. Wow, cool. Do you ever get the urge, FQ, to come back to Path of Exile, like the good old Discord Wars days? Speaking of ARPGs. Well, okay, I'm actually gonna go to Zayna and see if she'll sell me a it's a graveyard. Zayna, I wanted Zayna the been thinking about it lately. Awesome. Now's a decent time to jump in. Well, can always still play the base game Heist, but man, the flashback for the next 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks that remain gonna be super fun. That's probably the way to play. I mean, the Heist League at this point is gonna be kind of dead because it's on life support. All leagues are only supposed to be 3 months long, but that one got extended because they weren't ready to announce the next expansion until January, or release the next expansion until January. Okay, Orb of Horizons is really bad, right? It's not that good. I probably shouldn't waste it. I shouldn't waste it on just trying to do a cemetery. Let's do the coves.
Glad you made it back.
Rare un-ID'd coves should still be good. If you do decide to play FQ and you want an invite to the guild, you can let me know. The guild is pretty sleepy right now because I think a lot of people are playing solo self-found, and also because this isn't a real league; it's just an event, and most of them played during the start of of the league. But Yimo's in it, Captain's in it. We got a few others. Let's see. Some people joined from Discord Wars. Hydro Media. I don't know if these people play anymore though. They're Discord Wars people. Seto the Third is Ozzy. I think Ozzy was playing this game for fun. I wonder how far he got. He made a character and he wasn't happy with it, so he made another character. And he wasn't happy about that.
I can't do this just yet.
I'm not sure if he was using a build guide though. He might have just been doing his own thing, and the game can be walling at some points if you're doing your own thing as a new player. Please be a trial I already have, so I don't have to do it. Whoops. A lot going on. It's a little spooky. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot to take in the game. Let me double check here and see if I have this one. Crippling Grief. I think you do. I'm already 4 trials done, which good, but kind of want bounces somewhere, not fumbling in the dark and getting pushed for team villains points. I think an experience like that, probably using a build guide is the way to go. Because if you use, and you don't have to go with the witch build that we did either, because you know, probably feels kind of boring now since you've already experienced that. But yeah, you can go on like the PoE official forums. There's a lot of guides that people make for like, you know, it tells you like what points to take on the passive tree, gives you a general idea of like what kind of gear you're looking for. How to set up your skills. And that way you can still like experience the game. But you know, you're like guaranteed that like your build is actually gonna work. It's not gonna be a build that maybe like as a new player you put together by yourself and then like 6-7 hours in you think to yourself, well, this was a mistake. This isn't working how I wanted it to. And then you kind of just learn the game with a little bit of like like that insurance in your back pocket that I'll be able to relax, get the hang of this while, you know, knowing how it works, like having. Why is that door still locked? The giddy blah. That's right. I have to go over on this side maybe. Oh. I think it'd be cool to have Path of Exile in another year for Discord Wars, but that's probably unlikely. I don't know. I mean, nothing about Discord Wars is going to be planned for a while. But there's just so many games that could fill that spot. Like it's probably going to be. I mean, if history is a reflection of the modern day, then it's probably going to be RuneScape. But even still, like, Phantasy Star Online would be a decent fit. Plenty of other MMOs. And then who knows what's coming out in 2021. That could also fit that spot. The idea of a Christmas time Discord Wars has been thrown around multiple times, but I think the understanding is that the Discord Wars should be like a once a year kind of once a year event, so people don't get burned out on it, or that, you know, because a decent amount of work goes into it, so have it be something that's just once a year. PSO's birthday on the 21st. Wow. Happy birthday, PSO. For the nostalgia. Did you play it all, Miss? Yeah, you did you I think you did. You played when they released it in the US, right? The PSO2, the big release. I came in the Microsoft store and everybody was like, damn it, I have to make a Microsoft account. And then like 6 months later, Steam got it. I was like, well, then why the hell did I make a Microsoft account? Original PSO. Oh, I missed out on that one. Let me just say that Sagiri SG in PSO2 is really cute. Took like an hour to make her, but I'm very proud. I didn't invest in any of the clothes though, because I can't be bothered like farm. I mean, I thought I would play PSO2 more than I did, but I mean, it kind of sucks. I have to walk through there again, but whatever. Played it 'cause I'm a boomer. I thought I'd play PSO2 more when it came out, but I forget what else was happening at that point where I didn't. Oh well. I can still play it. There's a lot of people who do play it, even like people I follow on Twitch. It wasn't quite the MMO I was expecting. coming from a Lotro background. Coming from my Lotro background, I was expecting something with more exploration, but it's like completely instance-based. You just go in somewhere, kill stuff, get equipment, go back to the ship. Like, the stuff on the ship didn't seem that engaging either. I don't know. Because I have taste. I thought it looked cute. Like, I was a fan of the aesthetic of the game. That it's like a super weeb MMO. But yep, we just did not get far. It might have been, yeah, you're right, Captain. Yeah, it was that. And then we did 106 hours of FM in 2 weeks.
I can't do this just yet.
And then we played La Mulana. Then we also played Harvest. Like, Harvest was in there too, so that is just... By that point, a lot of the PSO2 just, both in me and most other people who played it, had died out. It was also a pretty buggy game. Like, Microsoft did not do a good job. Like, it was very laggy in certain places, and which was oddly fixed. It was fixed. The weird thing was, if you downloaded, like, the unofficial launcher, they had it fixed long before Microsoft actually fixed it. Weird. Re-equip Star, thanks for the host. They're pretty close to done adding all the content from Japanese. PSO has always been mission-based. Okay. Yeah, I just couldn't... that might have been the reason I couldn't get into it. Like, Lotro has big problems. The combat in Lotro is awful. Combat in PSO2 is pretty good. Although, like, the skill tree and stuff in there, like... the skill tree felt very weird. Because... If you looked up a guide, it was just like, here's the points you take, no matter... Like, if you're this class, here's the points you take. If you're this class... It's not like Path of Exile, where, like, depending on what you're going for with the class, like what skills you want to use, that determines your skill tree. It seemed like, yeah, these are just the skills you're supposed to take because they're just straight up better. The ARP, like the skill tree in that game felt weird, but I didn't play it that long, so maybe it's actually much better than I'm portraying it now. Very silly, okay. See, that was my impression, Miss Fran, and I thought, well, I must just be like a pleb who doesn't understand how this game works, because it just sounded really stupid, but I guess I wasn't. So the skill tree felt weird. Combat was alright, though. It was kind of a cross. It didn't really feel like an ARPG. It kind of felt like a cross between ARPG combat and like hack and slash with a tiny, tiny dash of FPS. Or a third-party shooter. That's Envy. That's a double, though. What do you guys think? Should I burn my last? Should I burn my last? Nah, screw it. I can't be bothered. It would mean portaling out, and I only have one left. I'll save it for a big one. If I had two, I'd do it. I only have one. I don't want to be bothered buying some. Essences aren't that good anymore anyway. Didn't have own PC for Discord Wars 3, so missed out on Lotro. Yeah, like Lotro was like a beam, but I genuinely enjoy. I'd not played Lotro before that Discord Wars, and as my first time ever playing an MMO, and at first I did not like it. I think the reason I did not like it was just trying to get it over with, because I didn't think I'd enjoy an MMO that much. I didn't think it was that my type of game. And I was playing with like Yimo Tapioca, and I was just having them tell me what to do and push me through stuff. And at some point, I actually like they went to bed, and I decided to just try and play a little bit and get used to the game. And when I was playing by myself, I kind of got used to it. And I started to enjoy it, like actually like learning the mechanics and stuff. Combat is very bad in Lotro. There's also big lulls in the story. There are some very fun parts of the story too, and very fun areas. But where my interest died in Lotro was around like level 90 or something. In the Rohan area, there is major filler in Rohan. Ah, it was awful. Just that part. The previous parts were very engaging for me, for the most part. Agmar is bad because that's legit filler by design, because they weren't when they released the game in like expansions and stuff, but the first expansion of the game took a while to make, so they just added filler to the first book, which was Angmar, until that expansion was finally ready. So yeah, Angmar is a big grind. So I did not do all of that. But people enjoy it. The highlight of Lotro for me is just how immersive the world is. Like, it's just it sucks that every time you get into combat, it's a drag. So I would just try to avoid stuff. And if you can avoid stuff, it's super fun. But yeah, like the world design in that game is really cool. Very like beautiful scenery to like explore, and you can go different places and you get to see like snowy areas and then really beautiful like foresty areas. And you'd go to a new area and have a completely different vibe. Just like the towns were laid out different. Like the elves place was really cool because it had like golden trees, like trees with like golden leaves and like meadows and stuff. It just felt like a really relaxing place to be. I don't know. It was like vicariously exploring the fantasy world that is Middle Earth through Lotro. It was very fun. Catching up with MMO filler is so boring. Yeah, that's when I dropped the game, because I was only playing during the free play, and the free play was only like less than 2 weeks left. At that point, I just kind of dropped it. But I think that if I were to play an MMO again, I think that's the kind of thing I would enjoy. I kind of like that about Genshin Impact for the little bit I played that. I forget why I dropped Genshin Impact. It had kind of slow development. I think that was it. Just took a while to do anything, so it was kind of slow getting started, and I was doing other stuff too. So a lot of people got ahead of me in Genshin Impact, so I would just like read their reactions and like stuff they were talking about. And the stuff they were talking about just made it feel like an empty grind. And I didn't like the focus on characters in that game. I got to the point in the game where you would have like 5 different characters, and you'd go to different places, and you had to like swap them out. And that didn't feel fun. For me. Like the micromanaging of the characters, and also you have to like get equips in all of them. Also the feeling that there would be like progress gates later on where they would expect you to like have certain gear in your characters or have certain equips. Yeah, like Breath of the Wild, you just play as Link. Or Zelda. You just play as Zelda for him. Everybody's favorite Hyrule protagonist. But like the swap, like the battle mechanics in Genshin Impact is all of your characters are different elements, and if you like do a hit with one character and then swap to another character and hit with a different element, like the elements combine for like if you combine water and electricity, you get like a shock effect, as I remember. So it incentivizes you in many ways to be constantly swapping characters and hitting with different attacks. And I was just like, nah, I can't be bothered. But that goes back to like what I was saying about Lotro is, even though Lotro combat is very bad, what I want out of those type of games, like what made Breath of the Wild super fun, was how exploration focused it was. like hunting down shrines and stuff, and how combat was pretty limited, except for like big bosses. That I think that's something that Breath of the Wild does really well. Is in Breath of the Wild, a lot of the stuff you run into as enemies are just like swing your sword, and it's just like providing the Zelda experience. But you don't worry about it. You just like progress. Like, yeah, swing your sword, move on. But sometimes you find really strong enemies out there, and you have to like plan. Now that's cool. I think for exploration type games, it's a really cool design where, yeah, there has to be combat because it's a Zelda game, forehead. But make most of the combat pretty simple, so it doesn't distract from your exploration that much, except for like every once in a while you run into like the whatever those big horse things were. The first time you run into the horse thing, it's like, oh wow, this is going to be tough. Now that's cool. Every once in a while, giving you a challenging encounter. The gating is more the get better gear to do the same thing but harder. Yeah, that doesn't sound fun. Story and exploration are really fun. You can do it for free without much guide. Yeah, maybe I'll come back for the story. I mean, the aesthetic definitely appeals to me. I just wasn't sure what I was getting myself into when I heard a lot of people just talking about grindy stuff who had made it a lot farther than me. And like the late game in that game is just like getting up your level, right? Like the world level or AR or whatever it's called. That doesn't sound that engaging to me. I'd probably, if I came back to it, I'd play it for the story. I don't know exactly how long the story is, but as soon as it gets to the point where it's like, now you just grind, I'm out. Man, I picked up a Haunted Mansion, but my time ran out. Really like finding all the cool stuff in Breath of the Wild. You joke, but I see that happening in Breath of the Wild too. Ruh-roh, I hope not. The bad things. Hopefully Breath of the Wild 2 just does the good things. Chasing those dragons across the map. The grind that people complain is after you're done with the story and explore the map. It's just to do dailies and do... so how... Have you played a lot of it? Are you familiar with it, Miss Fran? How long is... Like, how much content is like the actual story portion? If I were to like come back to it and play it for the story, how much time should I expect to dedicate to it? 30, 40 hours. That's pretty long. Pretty long. You really don't have to like do the gotcha crap. You can play that much of the game. That's a pretty good deal. I don't want to do... Imagine your 2 tier 4s being excavation and museum. I guess museum is slightly better, though. Yeah, beating the story and just grinding daily sounds really dumb. But hey, whatever people... Like, some people legitimately enjoy that, so more power to those people. Let me just make sure this area is done. Some level gating for the story. I don't know how it is for normal people because I like exploring everything. You get a lot of XP from... Oh, yeah. That's pretty much how I play, too. I think I heard they were, like, releasing a map expansion maybe down the road. Maybe that might be a good time to come back to it. The biggest battle for me in Genshin Impact was getting my controller to work. Took about a week. That's today? Really? Well then. I guess I'm not playing Genshin Impact then, because it's Path of Exile and Christmas in my immediate plans. I don't know how much I'll be able to stream between now and Christmas. I will be playing some Path of Exile off stream, though, I'm pretty sure. Bits and pieces, hours here and there. But I will be back probably after Christmas, before New Year's. But also, coming up on New Year's Day in the U.S. Actually, it's going to be after midnight, so I guess it's technically January 2nd. But me and Captain will be racing Disc Creatures, our first. Well, our first, like, I guess is a primer. A primer for RPG races to come in 2021.
I can't do this just yet.
Disc Creatures is a Japanese indie game made in the style of a Game Boy 1 game. Game Boy 1. I mean, the Game Boy Pre... Well, I guess it is Game Boy Color. I was going to say Game Boy Black and White, but it does have a color palette. But the graphics are intentionally made to look kind of like janky, like a Game Boy game. And it's also in the style of Pokemon. It's like a game where you collect creatures. That's why it's called Disc Creatures. You collect creatures and you fight like the game's equivalent of gym leaders. And we're going to do like a 12-hour challenge. Does Breath of the Wild have the duelist? Good point. It cannot compete. Void Home. The legendary game that influenced Pokemon. Why is this unique so gross? There are so many bad attack uniques, aren't there? It's got the Mana Leech, I guess, the reduced experience game. I see it now. I see it. If you want, what is the average DPS on that? 25 years later, the post-influence. If you want that 2025, or that 225 big DPS, it's going to cost you some experience. Does anybody have any fun plans for Christmas? Christmas is a little bit weird this year. I'm still going to be spending it with my family. But I know most people, or a lot of people might not have that. Might not be as fortunate if they're not able to like get a flight, or understandably not wanting to fly. So I'm just going to have a chill Christmas with family. I've never been a person to party like at New Year's, but I wonder if people are bummed about that. Like maybe there are some New Year's parties. I don't know if they're going to the beach. Oh, that sounds really cool. Hope it's a good beach day. What are the temperatures? See parents' new house. Exciting. What are is it going to be really hot? Is it going to be nice? Beach days are nice both on really hot days. 30C pretty good. Awesome. Beach days work good on really hot days because you go in the water, or they can go on sort of like, you know, that mid temperature where maybe it's too cold to go in the water, but just laying on the beach is super nice and comfortable. I've never really like been a party person. So I've never really like done, I think I've been to like I've been to a New Year's party once in my life. And it was just like 4 or 5 years ago, so it wasn't like a get drunk. It was, you know, it's like an actual mature party where you just like go and hang out and not like get super drunk and then not know what happens. That has never been my thing anyways. But I don't know what's like, I don't know if they're going to drop the ball in New York. I don't know what the general like New Year's scene is going to be like this year. I generally watch that on TV, but I mean, if it doesn't happen this year, it's not like oh, my New Year's is ruined, you know. It does suck for the people who make a big tradition out of that, though. If it's not happening, never had friends to spend New Year's with. Ooh, that sucks. That's a feels Akari. It's interesting to me that New Year's like in Japan is like a family holiday. Like they have New Year's and Christmas like backwards compared to us. or flip-flopped. New Year's in Japan is like the family holiday, and then like Christmas is like the party holiday. Kurisumasu. But it's also kind of like their Valentine's Day, so it's like blah, who sees this creatures is all I need. Yeah. This breach has a lot of stuff going on. Shadows of Adam wishes it was Disc Creatures. So I have a confession. New snowy zone is what's getting added. Man, snow areas are some of my favorite kind of areas in exploration games. That is really tempting, but yeah, I won't be able to play it. I mean, I don't know, it's my free time. I rather invest in Path of Exile because I'll always be there. But Flashback event is only 3 weeks long. Okay, I have a dirty confession to make. After the big RPG marathon, not immediately after I slept for a very long time and woke up, I did a little bit of research on Shadows of Adam speedrunning. And their leaderboards suck because there's like no resources on there. So they say join our Discord. So I joined their Discord. There's no official speedrunning Discord for Shadows of Adam. They just link the like the fanboy Discord, I guess. Like if you're a big something classic, or that's apparently the dev company's name, something classic. If you're a big something classic fan, you just join their fanboy Discord and talk about all their games. I don't know. There's a lot of channels in there. I did not read them. But yeah, one of them is a speedrunning channel, so they just link the whole Discord to like on the speedrun.com page too, if you're interested in running Shadows of Adam. So I joined there. I try to get it's not, there's no like pin or anything. It's just you got to like go through the messages and like read the conversation. And it's not a particularly active channel either, so not that bad. But number one, they run with DLC because the DLC is faster, because you buy the DLC and you get a strong weapon for a head super early. There's like an artificier guild or something. You get like really strong weapons from that somehow if you pay money for the DLC. So that was strike number one. And then strike number two was it sounded like one of the administrators one of the moderators in the Discord talks with the devs, or has communication open with the devs, and sends them suggestions about the speed run. Like, you know, like the Celeste treatment. Like, hey, maybe you want to like patch out XYZ but keep in ABC for the speedrun scene. So that was strike number two. And then strike number three, you're out, was there's different versions of the game. Different versions have different glitches as far as what's available. There's also a Switch version, which I don't know how that's different, but there might be Switch exclusive stuff too. And there's no way on Steam to go back to a previous version, it sounds like. So I was like, well, I'm out. I wasn't like super interested. Like, don't get me wrong. I wasn't like, I'm going to learn the speedrun. I wasn't super interested in it, but I was kind of like, I wonder what it's about. And if it seems like a cool game, maybe I'll do a run or two. But no, that was 3 strikes, you're out. So would not recommend. I'll have to ask Alone what his experience was like running that game, because maybe it wasn't as complicated back when the game was new and he was doing runs, but it does not seem like a game to get into now. Just gotta be sneaky, okay. And that's all games on Steam? Like, I know one way is just make sure you turn off auto updates. Like, that's the easy way.
Greetings.
Grants level 25 bear trap skill. Wow, that must be really good if you're doing a bear trap build. But I guess you can't link it. Checked out the video of the world records, saw them go through some place to craft stuff, and I don't have that option. Don't need auto update. You need auto update. Oh, okay. So you can somehow get the previous version of the game and just make sure it doesn't update. Yeah, I did come across that place when we raced during the marathon. I went into a place. It's the guild is in the castle town, like the Dreadora, the place that begins with a D, which is like the first town you go into after Adam. And if you go into one of the buildings there, there's like a bouncer who says, "Hey, you don't belong here," or whatever. And I guess if you buy DLC, he tells you something better than that. You need to do it to Sky, play old versions for glitchy fun. Okay, so at least there's a possibility. At least there's a way around. That's good. I was thinking the other day about my current build, and also like I've never really done melee before.
Keep your life to your own.
Stay vigilant.
But two-handed weapons just seem so much better than one-handed weapons. And it made me think, like, what could you possibly do in this game? What change could you make to like improve the state of two-handed weapons? Or one-handed weapons, I mean. Like, maybe you could, I think one possibility is you make it, like, maybe you make dual wielding. It's never going to be weapon shield. It's never going to be weapon shield, because you just, two-handed weapons just be more DPS. Weapon shield's never going to work, so that's the newbie bait. Don't go weapon shield. But maybe you could go, like, dual wield, two one-handed weapons, and you make it, and maybe this is the way now, but I just assume it isn't, since two-handed is the meta. Maybe you make it so you can get, like, say the absolute best two-handed weapon you could craft, like the mirror tier two-handed weapon you could craft would be, I don't know what it is, but let's say it's 80, let's say it's 800 PDPS. Let's say it's 800 PDPS. You make the best one-handed you could craft be 450 PDPS, so that dual wielding two mirror tier one-handeds does more damage than a mirror tier two-handed, but you need two mirror tier one-handeds to get there. So weapon plus shield is good with gladiator build block, since you get life and block, which is incredibly strong. One-handed can go over. One-handed can go over 700 PDPS, and two-handed can go over 1,000. Well, then why isn't one-handed then the meta? Because wouldn't you just want to get two 700 PDPS one-hands, and then you just got more damage? Oh no, because it only works on your active hand, right? The DPS the DPS only works on your one hand, right? Not your offhand for attack skills. It doesn't even matter. Then what, like, okay. So dual wielding just doesn't work because of how attacks work. Really hard to get over, I bet. But it like you don't get the sum of a dual wield weapon, right? You hit, I'm not sure, but I think with attacks you hit with one weapon and then you hit with the next one, and they like alternate. Maybe you just get the main weapon, but I don't think you get both of them. If you could, then that would be the meta for really high DPS, I guess. Okay, the alternate. So you could go one-handed with block. One-handed plus shield for block. But you're always going to do more damage with a two-handed. Just the one-handed gives you more survivability. I guess, like, good things about each of the options. Is one-handed actually like viable for stuff? I don't know much about melee, but I just had gotten the impression that pretty much any time I've seen someone do a fizz build, it's always a two-hander. Just figured, well, one-handers must be trash. Really good with slams. Other stuff works well with one hit. Interesting. Okay. What's a really good skill to build, or like a really good like build for one-handed? Well, gladiator for one, right? Because you get the block. What skill might you take for that? The jeweled foil. Interesting. Oh, we're going in deep. All right, do you guys think we have the good one or the bad one? So the abyssal depths can get like whenever you go in here, you can get a good encounter or like a Sagiti Bled encounter. I mean, it's not bad. It just doesn't give you what you want. Good encounter will give you a Stygian, and the bad encounter just gives you trash. Are you winning? Yeah, we got a rare encounter, Ozzy. We're in the depths. We're actually winning right now. Most of the time, Ozzy asks me, "Are you winning?" I have to admit to him that I'm not. I think this time I'm actually winning. That's a pog. Yeah, that's a bocce clap. In fact, I'm going to allocate my level because I just got to level up too. The winning never stops. I guess I take more. I really want the endurance charges. I don't think I can leverage them yet. Life is good. The game music is kind of freaking out down here. Every time I cast Call of Steel, the game music just pauses. You can't take all that damage. Pause, champ. I wish I could like next note, please. I wish I could like have the trihex type connections to FFZ, so I could get like the special treatment where you get more than 50 FFZ emotes, so I could add a bunch of memes, not just limit myself to anime girls. It's still doing it. Here, watch. Yep. Every time. It's too much damage. The servers need, the computer needs all of the resources to calculate the damage. And there's no processor left over for the music. Feels Akari, man. shoot, I hit him, so now my thing's gonna be debuffed.
I can't do this just yet.
I heard Dark Souls 2 is $10. Shoot, we gotta go fast. This is Yab. Yeah, this is the you gotta hurry up encounter. I think I got the deeps. Or pray I have the deeps. Yeah, we got the deeps. We got this shattered steel. Tokyo Mirage Sessions now to stay ahead of Pi. Nice. I need to finish Tokyo Mirage Sessions. I got very close to the end and I forget what happened IRL, but I put it down. Definitely weebs in for that playthrough. There's some of my golems, so he goes in here.
My spirit is spent.
$14 hours and around level 30. Some good moments will happen during my stream, I bet, yeah. Oh, that's a little too much damage. I'm gonna try and do this right again. Let's just try that. Try this. Here's the freaking thing. Alright. I think this is the one that gives you the Stygian. This is the good encounter.
Can't do this just yet.
Come on. There it is. Ooh, the double. One of them is the unique. I got the double socket one. Increased effect. Damn. And a regular one. The unfortunate thing is that means it's time to craft a Stygian. I'd probably just buy one though, since this isn't solo self-found. This is a pretty pathetic belt, but it's bad tri-res with a good life roll. Bad implicit. I don't know what jewels I do with this build. I think you can get a jewel that just adds fizz damage, right? For fizz builds, this is my first time doing a melee fizz build ever in Path of Exile. I'm so used to playing casters. I've played fizz before, not melee fizz. I played fizz last league for a little bit. Then it somehow became 100% elemental for Delve. Okay, let's put the Stygians in here. Oh, I got the Shroud of Lightless. How what has one abyssal socket? Does that mean yeah, the most you can get this up is a 5 link. What a weird chest. Why would you ever consider using this? Like put yourself on a 5 link to get an extra abyss socket that you could get on your belt anyway. Not sure about that one. That's a weird champ.
Hello. Keep your life to your own.
I might do a little shopping. Now that that Stygian dropped, I'm just like, well, maybe I'll just buy one. I do have, it's incubating an essence. I don't care about that. One of these is incubating my 6 link. This one. Stygians are going to be pretty expensive. How am I doing on my resistances are trash. Oh, so I'm looking for a... Let's just see what's out there. As the problem is it's going to be expensive. Let's see. I'm just curious what a tri-res Stygian sells for. How do you do this? Stygian V's. Okay. Stygian V's. Mods? Oh, stat filter. Okay. It's over here. Like, let's put pretty conservative stats. Let's just put a 20. Oh, Tri-Res is really going to shoot me in the foot. So I can't afford anything expensive yet. The cheapest thing for this has got to be 10C, and I'm not paying that. Not 40. I mean, I don't need to the Tri-Res with the good life roll on this is I don't have enough like overhead with my gear where I can like roll something that's like good fire res, like good buy res and good life, but lacking a res. Plus, I don't need the damage yet. Like, sure, rolling a jewel that has added damage is nice, but I don't need it yet. Let's keep doing maps. Might do a couple heists soon. Okay, got a Harbinger. I got an Ancient Orb to drop the other day. But Ancient Orbs are going to be pretty cheap this league.
Reek of antipathy.
This Harbinger is all over the place. I've never bought like ancient orbs are huge bait. I would never use one, but they sell for a decent price in most leagues. And they still sell for me like 10C this league, which is not bad. No, I'm really close. But I decided to play the previous PoE event because it was a 1-week event, and it was it's probably not one they'll do again soon. And it sounded really cool, so I decided I was really close to finishing, but I decided to go in on that instead. And then this league I'm gonna play a little bit, but La Mulana is definitely getting finished next month. Mark my words. I'm finally ready to commit. Finally ready to actually commit and say January 2021 is when the ruins are conquered. I hope. Taking notes. I want to be not nearby that thing so I get damage reduction. What? This guy just dropped a tier 16. Death and taxes. Unique boss gives 20,000% increased experience. Oh, that's pretty good. Let's do that next. Smile. Jump ahead like 5 levels. So this isn't a full league. They usually release a new league, which is like an expansion. When we say league in this game, you can think about like an expansion. Like you know, like Hearthstone releases the new cards every X amount of months. This game adds like a big amount of new content every 3 months, and they call that a league. They got delayed this year. And the new league was supposed to start in December like it always does. They had to push it back to January. So, to fill the void, they did a bunch of events. They're doing a bunch of events which are kind of like... they don't introduce any new mechanics, but they try and do fun stuff with current mechanics. And for example, this current event is called the Flashback League, and it basically brings back a lot of the previous expansion content, but like puts it all together. Most of the stuff that gets added as an expansion gets incorporated into the base game. So once it's been released as a league, the new content is usually, kept in the game for forever, but its frequency is reduced by a lot. Whereas when it's new and when it's its own league, you'll probably interact with that new content a lot. Like almost every map you go into is how it's generally designed. But once the league is over and it gets added to the base game, they really tone down the amount of times that you encounter it. So what makes this flashback event special is for these 3 weeks, they've basically rolled back a lot of that reduction. Whereas every map you go into, you're gonna get a lot of the previous stuff. So every map is just like juiced up with a bunch of previous content. It's just much more frequent. So here's a way of putting it. Like Lucky Charms. It's like Lucky Charms, but when you pour it out of the box, instead of it being like mostly cereal with a few mushrooms, you flip-flop the cereal and cereal and some marshmallows. I don't know what kind of Lucky Charms I'm eating. Cereal and marshmallows. Instead of it being mostly cereal, you flip-flop that ratio, and now it's mostly marshmallows. That's what this Flashback League is. It just turns up the really fun, league content. Lucky Shrooms. I feel like those would be more expensive than your typical box of... your typical box you might find in the store. That's only for these... these 3 weeks, to fill the void before the new league comes out. And a lot of the leagues that they chose to bring back for the flashback event. I'm going to craft on this as a cartographers. Maybe I should put contains identified items. I is this area unidentified? I think this area might be unidentified. Considering crafting on this for maps, and this is where I'm going to be disappointed, because whenever you choose to craft on a strong box, you're disappointed. We're going to... We want plus quantity, or just want to regal this? I'm going to roll plus quantity and then regal. Shoot, I need the scour. Oh no, I don't need the scour. I'm dumb. The whole reason I decided to go this way was to not need the scour. One additional magical item identified. Increased rarity, no. Additional magic item. Increased rarity. I guess I could have gone for plus level. I don't think that would work though. Only 12. But between 1 and 20. Here's where we're disappointed that there's going to be like no maps. Ooh. Never mind. Disappointment rescinded. I just crafting on strong boxes outside of a few scenarios. I always end up feeling like I baited myself, so I'm sometimes reluctant if it's not a diviners or under specific scenarios. Like I'm looking for higher eye level gear, so you go to a high like tier map, and then you craft +1 or like plus item level on it. I have just... Okay, so here's how Path of Exile's endgame works. Endgame is endless. Once you beat the story, you just do maps. Maps are items, like what just dropped there from that box. Maps are items that you put in a certain device, and it spawns portals to an area. And that area can have modifiers on it, like you can have special monsters that you encounter or whatnot. There's different layouts depending on the name. Like this is called excavation maps. That's why it's kind of like a miney area. But you need maps to, like, if you don't have maps, you're not doing anything. You need maps to continue your progress and level up and get gear. Maps. The more affixes and higher tier of the map means more experience you're getting and better loot you're getting. So maps are really like the bread and butter of PoE, which is funny compared to most games. Most games, like the end game content, is just kind of like a little bonus for you after you've beaten the game. But in Path of Exile, maps are like, for a lot of people, just when the game starts, and the story is just the filler until you get there. It's just that to really develop your build, you need a lot of points in the passive tree. So your build, a lot of builds don't really take shape or gain their full power until they're like beat the game and they're in maps, both for passive tree points and just like to be able to get the gear and equip the gear. That's a lot of maps. Okay, we made out well there. That was not a bad decision to craft on that. Ooh, and we got that's good too. Might turn that in for the chisels right away.
Let me tell your future.
10 free chisels.
You.
Do Graveyard. Graveyard's a really good layout, so let's get that one unlocked. They've also added a lot of structure to the game in post-game, which is maps. It used to be pretty freeform, and you would just do map, 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 map. And that was where the fun came in. And that was actually like surprisingly fun, just to do a lot of maps without much structure. But they have added a lot of structure to it now. And
A worthy opponent.
there's like story. Crippling Grief, I think I have. I wish you could check inside, so I don't have to like check here while the delirium is up. A bunch of stuff is trying to kill me. Yeah, I have Crippling Grief. Feels Akari. That's a lot of damage. Is this like twinned or? It just never ends. Okay. Ooh, Mesa map. That I really like Mesa. Bum. This is where I get the Watchstone.
I suppose I was
I was a fool, Zena says. I should really do some heists today, but I'm scared about dying in heists. Because you can't keep the loot if you die, feels Akari. And it has happened more than I'd like to admit. I wanted to beat Lab too. So many things to do. Issue with beating Lab is we have to beat Bizarro. Beating Azaro wouldn't be that bad if he just didn't have the traps. The traps just are like, come on. Level 70. Can't help but feel like I'm gonna die in that. But we might try it. Because otherwise it's gonna keep taking up a spot in our inventory. I don't know if there's a way to stop that. But if you pick up one of the quest items for... I guess you could just drop it. Like, can I drop it? Okay, so I can say I don't want anything to do with that. Is that the only way to get it out of your inventory? I don't think you can stash it. Maybe you can stash it, I'm just dumb. There's no spot for it in the heist stash. Pretty sure I tried to stash it before. It wouldn't let me. Sad. Rip inventory space. That's a pretty big breach here. Another thing that makes Flashback League like fun, in addition to that stuff I mentioned, where it brings back a lot of old mechanics and increases their frequency, is that it makes it so that like it'd be very, very rare for you to encounter multiples of those mechanics in the same map. Like, for instance, in this map, we had a delirium, which was that weird cloudy thing from the start. Now we're in a breach, and that might be the only two things in this map. But generally, for those mechanics to co-occur, would be pretty rare in the game. But because Flashback just like undoes the frequency nerfs that all of these mechanics got when they got incorporated into the base game, which just makes it super. And there's an abyss. This green thing right there is an abyss. I think how it's set up is you're guaranteed 3 mechanics for every area you go in, when you're normally not guaranteed any, and getting one is like exciting. You'll be guaranteed 3 every time. That was really cool. I should like know better how to use sextants. I hardly ever use sextants, especially after the rework. Oh no, not another Abyssal Depths. I mean, I just did this, but sure, I'll do it again. Not gonna turn down an Abyssal Depths. That's a good life node. Wow. Yeah, that took us above 5k. Because it's 30 base life and 10 increased. Life is the single most important stat in this game. Obviously much more so in hardcore. Hardcore is if you die, your character's gone for good. Can't play it in the league anymore. In softcore, which is the version I play, if your character dies, it respawns, but it loses 10% of its XP at the current level, which is very punishing at like in the later levels, like especially past 90. Ugh, death feels awful because it's meant to feel awful. It's just getting the scaling for XP requirement goes up really quickly as you're approaching level 100. Like 100 is meant to not be is meant to be unattainable. Some sort of balance like that, but people attain it because they're crazy. Takes a lot of hours and efficiency. You can do it. So you still definitely get punished for dying in softcore. It's just at least your character isn't gone. You can still play. I don't have the patience or the focus to play hardcore. Takes me quite a while to get a character back to endgame. I think it took me about like 18 hours to get to maps. Speedrun is something like what, 4 hours, 5 hours? Which I'm not quite playing to be fast. I'm playing to get it over with because the real game is in the end game. I don't play super efficient. What is this? Why did I pick this up? The way my build works is I hit something with a ground slam and then I press a button which causes it to like basically explode. And that explosion releases a bunch of like projectiles all over the place. Still got a Stygian V's off of that.
I believe
Double
in trembling
Stygian.
light.
This was the worst encounter. When you go into the depths, you can get the good encounter or the bad encounter. That was the bad one because it drops less items. But we still got a Stygian out of it, so it's fine. And I also didn't quite care to do the long, better encounter for better loot since I just did it. I already have a Stygian. Stygian is a type of belt that lets you equip a jewel into it, so you can get some really strong stats as opposed to a regular belt. I've been picking up Breach rings because I think if there was ever a league besides Breach, where you might actually consider, it's still not good, but you might actually not feel bad about equipping it. It's this event since you're just going to see so many breaches. But the implicit on Breach rings is so bad. So bad. All right, let's do some league content. This is the new content for Heist League, so PoE's latest expansion. The idea is you become contracted, or you contract people in, I don't know, what is this place?
Contract I have taken out.
Some shady people. There's some shady people doing some shady dealings, but they're for your benefit, and they're willing to help you steal some stuff from some important places. I think the theme is really fun. I think it's a really cool theme. Heist. Execution doesn't seem bad. Maybe a little bit rough around the edges. Alright, let's try not dying in a... 3- player cold res. I don't like that. Let's re-roll that. Monsters are hexproof is fine. I assume this is already ogged. Yeah. Alright, let's try running this and not dying.
What do you need?
You need
Our boy
muscle.
Tibbs. Alright. Going in. The music for Heist is really good too. I like the music that plays after you complete the heist successfully. It's got like a really cool. It's hard to describe. Like it gives you the sense of satisfaction. Now we might die in this, but whatever. Got to level up not too long ago. It won't hurt as bad. Getting into the heist is to do the stealing isn't bad. It's the getting out that's kind of brutal.
Not a girl who loved that.
But the loot is so good. Let's see. Oh, that's a long place to get to. We better head down.
Right, well, heads up. We got trouble. Unbelievable. Looks fragile enough. Oh, you ain't gonna like this.
So everything we pick up in the heist doesn't belong to us until we make it out alive. If you die in the heist, you lose all loot that you picked up in the heist. All loot has a special mod attached to it called contraband. Meaning it, that's what this little symbol is with the lock, meaning it doesn't belong to you until you actually make it out.
Too much.
Embrace your end!
Should have ignored the noise, mate. At least we ain't cleaning up.
Feast we shall!
Ought to be quick.
There's some bad monsters in heists too.
Up here.
I've run into some monsters just do incredible damage when I was doing some heists.
They can't do this just yet.
Hate this part of the job. If it ain't broke, it will be.
Not picking up anything that's not important.
And be rewarded. You dare intrude here. Keep it quick and quiet.
The main criticism that this league has gotten, well, it's had some issues. One of them was it's just gone through a major overhaul after like the first week.
Good stuff.
They changed a lot of stuff after the first week.
You're gonna be
And then like rebalanced it after that. It's gone through a lot of iterations after release. So people are like, well, why wasn't it,
I think it'd look better in pieces too.
why not make it right the first time? Like in QA or whatever. Why revise it so many times after release? Also, another piece of criticism that it gets is that there's long pauses while you're waiting for like doors to open and stuff. That's annoying. Just generally slow mechanics being forced on you.
Right, well, hate this part of the job.
I mean, the player base in PoE likes to go super fast, so it does seem odd to create a mechanic that just slows you down unintentionally.
But we'll get there.
It slows you down intentionally. Alright, we're gonna try and make it out of here with this loot
Quick.
and the contraband. Book of Tripexus. Alright, so as soon as we steal this, the place is going to go on lockdown, and there's going to be a lot of people trying to kill us, and we got to get out. That's the number one goal, is just get out alive. This part is like really cool conceptually, though. I can see why a lot of people have issues with this league, and I can also see if I had played this for a long time, especially this being the league that had to be extended for an extra month, getting pretty burnt out on it. But to just experience it now in Flashback, I really like the theme of going in someplace and doing like a nefarious job, stealing something or trying to plant evidence on someone. And then like doing the job, and then you activate, like the alarms go off and it's like, oh crap, we gotta get out of here. Bunch of people trying to kill you. And you make it out with all the profits. Where's all these people? Why am I stuck? I think this is a really cool build for the league too, because the pauses behind doors give you a good moment to work up your war cries if you need the time, and get them set up, get your attack set up for a big ground slam into a call of steel behind the door and just obliterating all of the things behind it. So I also like that I happen to play a build with a good mechanic for the league too. It is the big mobs that are waiting behind doors during your escape are no joke. I mean, at lower levels they're kind of a joke, but you stack up enough mods on them, high enough eye level on the heist area, quite scary. I have died. I've died quite a bit. Trying to escape heists. Alright, we're almost at the getaway. There we go. That's so cool. Plus they like, I don't know, it's just thematically this expansion is really neat. You barely get out. They toss in the fire mine to make sure, like, block the exit to the mob that's chasing you. It's just so cool. I like playing softcore. If it's hardcore, I'll probably play super safe and not have fun. Yeah, that's it too. Is like, you could get like access. You could like roll like a cool map. You could roll like a really like sketchy Val on like a red tier map, and it's got a lot of bad mods on it, and you're like, I might be dying to this. And in hardcore, you just have to trash the map. You just say, okay, map is borked. In softcore, you can be like, well, let me see if I can do this. I'll give it my best shot. And yeah, you're probably gonna die, but yeah, maybe that's part of the fun. It's like I can see if I can push my limits here. Trying to do something difficult and not being punished too much for failure is the benefit of softcore. Whereas hardcore, it's not worth the risks. You just have to bail.
The craftsmanship. Good luck to you.
The loot is really good in Heist too. I don't think I have anybody at level 3. Oh, I do. Might as well roll. Might as well roll something on that.
Yes.
Our boy Tibbs.
Oh.
That was pretty fun. Let's do another heist. Eye level 68 felt like the sweet spot. Have another one at that eye level. I do. Do I have level 2 deception? I probably do. Let me see if she'll let me put it in.
Greetings.
No. Rip. There has been no progress. Who knows Monday of what week, but there has been no progress since then.
What do you need?
Okay, I do have. Okay, I've got roles for both of them. Let's do some jobs. Reward room monsters deal 20% increased damage. Has alert level reduction though. Maximum alive reinforcements. I don't know what that means. Let's see how bad this one is.
What do you need?
I don't think it'll be too bad. Do I want Isla or do I want Tulina? Chance to find additional heist targets. Less raising of avert. Let's do Tulina. Yeah, that's what one says before one dies, right, Lax? Yep. Agreed.
Before we set
I
off,
shouldn't have said
I'd
it.
like to introduce you to an associate of mine. This is Nanette.
I am Nanette.
See? She's got better eyesight than anyone I know.
I can see a man's heart beat its last from a distance of 2 thrown stones.
I
I
command
believe she'll
you
be
to
an
stop.
asset in the future.
Yemo says I need to unlock Gianna. Gianna is best girl of heist. We'll have to see.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Chess was trash. I don't know what this is. That looks sketch though. Is that like don't go there or you're gonna alert the? Let's stay away from that. I don't know if this actually has. I don't think there's actual stealth portions. Let's see what that thing is doing. I want to avoid that thing. I don't know what this is. Oh, go away. Go away. Like, I don't know if that's failure if I go into that. It's going the other way. Maybe it's like Ocarina of Time.
A worthy prize.
Maybe it's like Ocarina of Time where like the guards in the stealth section are super stupid, so
Much for stealth.
there's like
Today is not the end.
no chance you get caught. There's another one there. We don't want to raise any eyebrows. The fact that he's like does not seem to be perturbed by the fact he's walking by a bunch of dead bodies of his employees. Is there 2 of them? There's 2 of them. Wow, they're blind. They're Megu blind. Megu blind. Well, this is an issue, because that guy might catch us.
I knew we could do it.
He's going back that way. I don't know how I'm going to dodge this guy. Can I just sneak up on him?
Good. Now, focus.
Okay, so that's actually not... I figured that might like raise the alert level if I got close to them. They're just weird mobs.
I don't like where this is headed.
Maybe they're meant to be harder. Okay, I'm going to disarm this.
Falls for this.
Tulina is like... I don't know. I didn't know what I thought about Tulina until I saw like her flexibility when she like cartwheels through traps. I was like, oh, I see. Okay.
Let's take a minute.
I was just I was a friendly. I'm like, why aren't you dying? Yeah, you're part of the posse.
So the clash comes.
Oh, hold on. We need to get this. This is, I don't know what that is, but that's a good thing. Okay, and we don't raise the alert level all the way either. Gotta be careful though, because these guys might have buff damage.
Avoid any more mistakes.
Incubators. One incubator. Well, and a Karui Choppa. Can you ID this? Can't even ID it until you own it. Oh, right. I can't use it yet because it's contraband. That's just talismans, though, so I don't... maybe you should have considered getting that, but blah. Talismans. Sigidi blah.
And we shall overcome.
Back to work. Who falls for this?
Okay, hopefully the bailing out of this won't be too hard. Yeah, I noticed that, because I remember that was like a big... like... Reddit forehead complaint. I have picked some of those up. I would have gotten it, but I didn't actually notice that room up there until my alert level was too high. It's nice that they have annoyance, but that still makes talismans hard sells. So yeah, still basically alterations. The annoyance help a lot though, because that was the one thing that sucked about talismans. It's like, I remember getting a cool talisman, but like a almost decent talisman, but it's like, well, yeah, I can't. Like you still can't table craft on it. But I guess at least now it has a random anoint. You can't get the anoint you want on it, but it has a random anoint. Let's open these safes. These don't raise alert for some reason. The rift, when you beat the heist, the rift that the music plays as for like your victory theme is really based. What's the cool effect where it's like you have to click on it twice to actually break in? Love my war cries. Let me make sure I have space for plenty of space. Get out of here.
Here they come.
So they announced that they're going to do changes for Heist. They've already said it's getting incorporated in the base game with changes, but they will not say what those changes are until next league is almost here. But I wonder what they might do. That you definitely have to remove like the leveling or like the whole quest line to unlock the people. So I think you can already pencil in that you're gonna have all of the rogues or whatever available to you from the start. Maybe they'll simplify equips. I don't know. Like the equips feel kind of draining, but at the same time, maybe they'll keep that because they like the repetitive aspect of every league. Like do the trials again for the labyrinth, do lab again, delve down again, unlock all the veiled mods again, redo your investigation board again. So yeah, equip up your heist rogues again. I could see that happening. That's quite a possibility. Maybe they'll at least simplify it where you just get better items. They'll drop rare, or they'll drop with better mods. They'll remove bad mods or give you better rolls. So it doesn't feel as bad. Trying to equip up your dudes again. I wonder what running decoy totem would feel like in this build. It won't work, right? Or maybe it will. Because your war cries taunt like the decoy totem, but they probably only taunt while the buff is active? So you could still like, I don't know. You're probably, if you're not one-shotting a boss, you're gonna have to do more war cries. And the fact that the decoy totem is probably not gonna matter. Like your war cry probably trumps its its taunt. I wonder, like, you should still be able to run Stib Knight, though. Like, you probably still get an effect with Stib Knight. One of the things that's a little bit bothersome about Ground Slam is if I'm really used to like buffering my inputs with this game, so I'll have my Ground Slam queued up, and then I'll be pressing my movement key to go somewhere else after the Ground Slam casts. But I've found that it's like super easy to cancel Ground Slams. I wonder if there's a way to turn that off. Like a way to be like, always finish the melee attack before doing the next action, no matter what. So I suppose in some scenarios, if you're doing a slow melee attack, it would make sense. Like, oh, I want this interrupted by my movement skill. That's not what I want. I want the melee attack to finish. If it cancels, it still costs you your exertion. So if you're like buffering a movement and it cancels your buffed up Ground Slam, you've got to like redo your war cries. That was much more damage than I wanted to take. Something has an out, like this corridor is really sketched. I'm taking it slow. I still don't know like where all these dudes are coming from. Do they like respawn? I just like look at all these dead bodies here. There's no way they respawn, because then you could like do some kind of cheese for XP. They keep spawning? Do you not get XP off of the respawns? With the like never map again. Just go into a heist and stay in it forever. Just kill the mobs. Infinite XP. Is that not the strat now? Why pay maps when you can just go abuse one heist forever? I really want to get out of here. Okay, we've escaped, thank goodness.
Excellent teamwork, everyone.
And by our unity, we escaped with our lives.
Yeah. Great.
Eventually, okay. See, GGG is always one step ahead of us.
What have you got for me?
There was a lot of dead bodies there.
Oh, I know who owns this.
Does Faust ever give you something besides the useless marks for your heists? I'm hoping one day I'm gonna put some artifact I stole and he's like puts 10C there. One can dream. Best XP in the game right now. The mob density seems really stacked. Man, one can dream. One can dream one day he gives you something good. Like the mythical Exalt recipe. Because GGG never tells anybody what the recipes are, so there's like a conspiracy theory that there's an Exalt recipe in the game that just nobody has discovered. I mean, it might seem crazy, but just like a couple years ago, there was one item that some guy like figured out. Some like special unique that some guy it had a really weird vendor recipe too, but he found it and he posted it.
Farewell.
Exalt recipe probably doesn't exist though. Or is that just what I want you to think? That's like useless. I wonder if
Be safe.
it's just like not really exciting to equip up this stuff. Okay, you can have it. maybe your partners are really useful for some things. If someone gives reduced alert level, I can see how that's really good. But like the thing that gives increased crit strike, I guess maybe having a little bit extra crit is nice for some builds. I know I can re-roll it, but I also can't be bothered. The Exalt Shard recipe does exist, and man, is that a scam.
Ahoy there.
Ahoy!
Happy hunting.
I'm here.
Karst or Tolina. Increased damage, reduced hiring fee. Level 2 in agility. Uh-oh.
Yes.
Let's roll this. Moderate value. I don't know. That I'm not crazy about the movement speed and attack speed. Reward room has increased monsters, that's fine. Increased total heist fee. Like I don't like why do I care? Pay a little bit extra to increase item quantity? Sure, sign me up.
What's the play?
Gonna bring her because she's cheaper now, thanks to my equip.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Can't be bothered to actually read like what different party members do. It's like, oh, okay, this one's cheaper now. Let's take them.
Maneuvering is key.
Also, I think it's cute that she's a cat burglar. I've not heard the term cat burglar since like a cartoon that I watched when I was a kid. Off to work. Hope you have a good day at work, Captain. Thanks for hanging out. 4 hours. Oof, I hope not. I hope I have an early night tonight. But yeah, it might. I can never make any promises to myself when I'm playing PoE. I want to keep a normie schedule at least till like Christmas through the holidays. We'll see. The RPG race kind of set me on a normie schedule. Like, who knew? Who knew fixing your sleep schedule just meant playing RPGs for 40 hours? But that does it. I can recommend. I can recommend that strat.
I see what they've done here. Get them off me now.
You die rather well.
This is fractured. Karui Choppa. One day we'll pick up a Karui Choppa and it won't be trash.
Let's take them out. No more distractions. A worthy prize.
No, it's not. It's absolute garbage.
Let's dance.
I'm not going to open too much stuff because there's some more valuable stuff down here. Don't want to use up too much of my alert level because your alert level goes up with the more chests you open.
Yes, devious. You will regret this. No witnesses.
No witnesses.
What an ingenious little ploy.
Stop them!
No witnesses.
I didn't want to open that. See a chest. Have to click on it. It's okay though, because there's not
Security has spotted us.
that many chests left. I think we can open those last two.
I command you to stop!
Actually, let's open this one here.
Messy. I don't like where this is headed. No witnesses.
Don't move!
Okay, can I open this without... I can, perfect.
We're pushing them.
I can open it without the alert level peaking.
Thieves! Die! Together!
Good. Now we've got a fight on our hands. Clever. Almost too clever. Almost.
Nice. Alright, we're out of here.
You must not value your lives. Guards incoming. Guards down. Let's go. Wish we'd sorted this out before we had to run. You must not value your lives.
Oh, there's a lot of dudes there. A lot of dudes. Okay, I procced my flasks.
Hey, with your glove.
Okay.
I think I've got this one figured out.
My golem. Golem gives me damage reduction.
I can't do this just yet.
Why I like him. There's just a lot of dudes. Oh shit. I've
Good. Keep up the momentum.
That's fine.
Stay focused.
We died right after the level up, so I mean, losing the loot sucks, but it's all good. I was in control there, but I walked into an area which was trapped. I walked into an area which was trapped, and I died.
Mm-hmm. Greetings.
And then when I came back, I was in just death all around me.
Hope this ain't all on me. Reckon I'll have a night out with the lads after this one. Can't remember the last time I blacked out.
I see you.
Wasn't worth it, was it?
Don't move.
Nah, go on. You got him.
Is there anything over here? Okay, there's two big ones, so let's go over there. Get the big ones.
Keep watch.
I've got the best of you.
Trespassers.
Not quick, but not hard.
Seize them.
Nah, go on. You got him.
Thieves. Die.
Any chance you could stop hitting me? Yeah, easy. Plenty more to come from, I reckon.
Vile. Vile. Hey, you.
Quick, before they make too much noise.
Hold the line.
Can't work while I'm getting hit.
Alright, we're gonna have them open all of them. So we're gonna do a bit of a cheese here for more goodies. I'm gonna get my alert level to as high as it'll go before I open that last chest, which is gonna be the most expensive alert level wise.
Trying to get us caught?
And that last chest will put us over the edge, but it's fine as long as we yoink the job before time runs out.
Need to bail soon.
Okay, so I definitely can't open that one.
We got
Okay.
company.
So now we go yoink that currency, and then as soon as we yoink it, we go run and get the job. Back, I'll open the safes first. I know safes for this one.
Easy.
I can't do this just yet.
Plenty more where that came from.
Okay. The Nullman is really good. Okay, we gotta get over here. Okay. We're good.
Yeah, this look don't look friendly. On it. Yeah, I know.
Hold the line!
You do your job, I'll do mine. Failure means death.
Vile!
Fortunately, that wasn't me. I don't know what dropped, though. One of these things. Okay. Okay, one more door. And we should be in the clear to the escape rope.
Easy. Failure means death. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Get me out of here. Okay, nice.
Did it go as planned? Any injuries? Scars?
I'm fine, beautiful. Top of the world. What you need?
Ahoy there!
Return soon, yes?
Uh-huh.
I don't know who I give this to. You, okay.
You got the book. Some
Hello, hello.
Okay, I'll do this level 69. Lockpicking level 2, I should have that. I don't like those mods though. That's fine. Lightning res per alert level? That's not though. Nope. The ring takes no cut. Ooh.
What do you need?
Hope this ain't all on me.
There'll be time for that soon enough.
Forgot to tell you. Bringing this lug with us on this job.
I'm Huck.
He's an absolute nutter. Ain't you, Huck?
Not really. I suppose the blackguard training did leave me a bit rough.
Absolute nutter. But useful.
Stop them!
Quick, before they make too much noise. Should have stayed out of it.
No further! Intruder! Back in line.
All clear.
Surrender or die! Face!
See, do I have? Is there any big currency rooms here? There's one. Yeah, let's get closer to there though. There's only one. Oh no, there's another one. Okay, let's get that as well.
Trespasser! Intruder!
Security inbound.
This'll be quick.
Go there! Hold the line!
All clear.
Blink.
Guards
I can't do
incoming.
this just yet.
More hostiles.
These aren't that great. A lot of offering to the goddesses, but I don't need those.
We got company.
I command you to stop!
Take it. It's yours.
Halt!
Too easy.
No further! No slacking! Halt!
Worth fighting for?
No further! Thieves, die!
Security inbound.
Back in line. Hey, you!
I'm just going to take this now because I don't think I can get from this node all the way to the target for the job.
Nah, go on. You got him. Shouldn't be a problem. Any chance you could stop hitting me?
Shh, we're making too much noise.
Yeah, we have to make sure we manage our alert level right. I'm probably going to go there conservatively.
You to stop! Thieves, die!
Clean. Good.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
Forward!
I can't open anymore. We're at max.
Blink, and you'll miss it.
No further!
Incoming. Was it safe and sound, didn't I? Easy.
To the exit. Fighters inbound.
can't do this just yet.
For your honor.
That mob is just...
With your lives.
It doesn't help that there's just so much clutter too. Like, Path of Exile, visual clutter? What? No way. Right? Like, I can't see. Everything's moving so fast. Not the way I want to go. Where is the escape? Everything has like 1,000,000 cast speed. Why is everything so quick?
Meet your end.
Clear! Move!
Just keep him off me. Hold the line. No further.
Okay.
Messy in parts. Cast. But we got there.
Yeah, messy is right. That's a bit of a tough job. It got sketchy there during the escape.
What have you got for me? Beautiful piece. Farewell.
Greetings.
Good luck to you.
Let's see, who did I unlock over here?
Mm-hmm.
Kurai.
Anytime. Well,
Give her that. Second one seems stupid though. Whatever, that's fine.
yes.
Level 3 in any job. Do I have anybody that meets that requirement?
What?
Okay, he does. Give him this one. It's a higher level. Increased job speed seemed pretty good. Oh, alright. It seems decent.
Yes.
Okay, I think I'll do a couple more maps and then call it a night. Whoa. Rip. Yeah, that's the thing with the slow attack speed on this. It's like if you get interrupted.
Yes, I understand your darkness now. Sin has sent his
Just won't get
lackey
the
to
attack
defile
off.
the devout.
Something here as allies cannot die. That's a blueprint. That's nice. Blueprints open up grand heists, which are just like super OP loot heists. These projectiles are not fun. Flash news: if you don't like heists, you suck. Oh. Fortunately, I'm not I'm not in that camp then. I'm not sucking. There you go.
Might I unburden you of some
Oh, I definitely want that.
forward to our next fruitful exchange.
My spirit is spent.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Yep. Just stand in the degen diamond and dash away right before your life runs out. Pop your life fast. All right, so Yuma, what is the? I was trying this out earlier. Now, the rotation for this. Is it okay? So you've got none of your buffs up. Is it? That's sucking Sag Pride. That's my goal in life, not to suck. Do you? This is seismic. This is intimidating. Do you seismic? Attack. Intimidating. Attack. Is that the setup? So this next attack is the strongest one, or is it different? You have to not. Of course, you have to not hit anything during those setup. Like I want to know what the big boss deeps setup is, so that you don't ruin your impale. But yeah, this one should be the big one. Do I need to cancel the intimidating? What does that mean? Like, and intimidating, do you mean like intimidating and like both cries at the start? So you do like this. Do that. And then once you're down to 1 on your seismic. The idea is cancel the attack. Ah. Is that just to make sure you don't hit anything and ruin your impale? Or is there a reason beyond that? You can be intimidating at 2, seismic at 1? Oh. Right, because okay, the reason for that is seismic or intimidating doesn't It's not like Seismic, where Seismic powers up each consecutive one. Seismic can just be there. Also faster, okay. Let's see if I can do that. I can do... Oh! Oh! So now this one is powered up. Unless you're not running phaser. What does phase run do? That's pretty cool. Canceling is a feature. Well, I mean, phase run is just like you run, but you have phasing for a little bit of it, I guess. It's like dash plus phasing, or what does it do for the build is what I mean. Oh, okay. Ooh. Alright, I need to add that. That's just more damage. More clunk and more damage. It's like the best of both worlds. What is this? Arena. Alright. This, I mean, I like how this build is like clunky and super strong. It ticks all the boxes for me. And cheap. That's the last one, and probably the most important one. Cheap. Big deeps for cheap. Oh, that's a D-gen. And not the ones from Golden Sun. Damn. Get wrecked. Alright, thanks for the tip, Yabo. Just your average melee build mechanical slam. Yeah, I did not know about the cancel. I did not know about the cancel, and it is also nice that you don't have to, like, you can just press. It's less clunky, just like mentally to. You just seismic up, you do the cancels, and then you do the second buff. It's just less like going through your mind, and less opportunity to screw up. But yeah, I did not think to do the cancel, and the cancel is super good. That's really, really sick. Alright, we gotta get phase run though. Have you started the league yet, Yemo? You decided on playing this build, correct?
My spirit is spent.
Yeah, you don't have, I mean, you just have to cancel, like, cancel seems really good though, because the attack is pretty laggy. When you need the big DPS, yeah, just for bosses. Yeah, I see what you're saying. The attack is super laggy, so the cancel has happened a lot accidentally to me, because I'm so used to buffering as a caster. But it's a really cool feature of the build now, because you can just move around and you just do some dodging. How did this happen? Blame excavation map. Okay, it's over there. Where am I? Do I really want to go back there? Been about to start League a few times. Oh, right, yeah, you've been on the Golden Sun grind. I just missed today. I was gonna watch. I checked a little bit of the VOD though. I wanted to see the progress, the reps. Valmanip might bop the time first try. Damn. I'm Monka Essing. A monk Essing. I don't know what happened there. I don't know why it didn't spawn the thing. Maybe I missed it. I think it was supposed to spawn a portal or something. But whatever.
Hello. Journey well.
I've got another one of those maps, so I'll just do excavation again. Now it's a toxic sewer. Where Nero still is. Fizz damages fire. I really want to unlock Gianna, but I haven't yet. I want to see for myself. So far I'm stuck with Tolina. And I think a bunch of old girls. The other girls seem pretty old. Tolina at least seems young. I can't believe I'm re-rolling blue maps, but I'm re-rolling blue maps. I have that. I'm checked out on steel on jewels, bro. I've got Lord of Steel and I got the Ground Slam one too. Where is it? Rapid expansion. What are the other good jewels to pick up? These jewels are super cheap too. I mean, this one's a quest reward. I don't think you use this one. It's nice for endurance charge generation. And the increased angle. Taste of Hate. Is that the one that's conversion ice to fizz? Is this just for extra cold? Why not? I mean, you could run it series and you'd be you'd get chaos damage, right? Why not just run the It series one? Oh, Lion's Roar. Oh yeah, I see why. I see why. It's only one chaos. What are the rolls for this? Do you think this guy's actually selling this? I don't think he's actually selling that. I mean, even still, it's not that expensive. This guy's from 2 minutes ago. Maybe we can swoop in. Korea coming through. Choo choo. Blah 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 flashback. Blah 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 blah. 3 chaos. Blah 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 blah. Lion's roar. I don't take call to arms, so it's not instant. I do want to sock it in Enduring Cry though. Probably with an Immortal Call setup too. Cast when damage taken. Alright, Korea doesn't have that anymore. About this guy. I have 4 chaos, I do. Oh, we got a hit. The roll isn't perfect, but it's fine. Keep the silver. What is this? Moves curse is nice. Whatever. Let's see. I mean, it means all your war cries share a cooldown, so it's just getting the war cries up kind of sucks. I am traveled to it though. It's one passive. There's no travel distance. The perma Enduring Cry though, it depends. Like right now I've been enjoying just like casting the Seismic Cry for some extra damage and mapping, since like I have a decent weapon. So I couldn't do that anymore, but then I gain Enduring Cry all the time. I could always self-cast Enduring Cry. I like that. I have to think. I don't have Enduring Cry yet. Set up for the pros. No idea if you don't want to take it. I can just imagine it being a little bit clunky for like waiting out the setup, but you probably don't need to do the setup most of the time. Like if you're really good, like while you're canceling those attacks, you can get off the cries too. The cooldown doesn't matter that much. I'll think about it. Oh, Phase Run though. I do want to check out Phase Run. His build stacks so much damage. His war cries are OP. Is it... Am I missing something? Is it not a gem? Am I dumb? Is it like some weird craft? Try run. What? What? Am I just blind? I'm just blind, okay. Make you blind. 20%. Okay, so the buff, is that during? Is that during the 1.8 seconds? Or is that after? Harder to check Grant's phasing. Performing any skill replaces this buff with one that boosts. Oh. Okay, so while it's active, you cast you do the slam. It takes you out of phasing and then it buffs it with 20% more. I assume this doesn't go up with level. There's probably not any reason to level this up. Here's the gem links that Zizaran used for his version of this build. He uses Blood Rage, which I don't even know what Blood Rage does. Oh no, Path of Building is not responding. Never mind. It's frozen. Increased attack speed. For Leech? Maybe. But I don't know if I see the point about stacking too much attack speed with this build, because your weapon's already pretty slow. Because you're going for a weapon that just does big damage. Like the Karui Choppa, you don't care too much about the like attacks per second. Because it's a pretty long wind up anyway. I guess it's nice. I mean, having... yeah, well, I mean, I can see some benefit to the attack speed, but your weapon is already pretty slow. Oh well. I don't know how much, like, you probably don't feel the... What % of your maximum life per second is... Like, you probably don't feel that. It would help if you have a lot of armor. Hey, what? Almost, Yimo. Almost. Hold on. We got it. We got it right here. I'm trying to join. I need to slam a lot of alterations. I've slammed alterations on it. Haven't gotten there yet. Well, the one I slammed alterations on, I tossed, because this one has a higher eye level. 69. We can still do better than that. I think 73 is the next tier up for Fizz mods. Hopefully get one at that level. 6 socket would be really nice. And then I think the final tier is like 83, so... I mean, that would be nice, but I don't know if we're getting that high. Yeah, I will quality it if that's the one I end up crafting on. I really want to get one at 73 because there's more Fizz mods. I also want to look up whatever the strats for crafting are. Let's try to do this one. Although, the real strat is to get all of those, like, veiled mods for quality, right? And add those too. I'd assume the best Fizz axe would be. I assume what you'd do is you'd want to get vendor recipe for tier 2 flat Fizz. Really? Tier 2 flat Fizz is really high. Do you just like is this you augment for a hybrid? Alright, hold on. Let's figure this out. I've got the axe mods here. What is IPD? Oh, and increase Fizz damage. So flat. So you can get this one from a vendor recipe? So you get the flat Fizz. Oh. Granite what? Flask? Granite flask. Augmentation magic weapon. Stacks until tier 2. So you get this one. You aug it for this? Then you want to get the 1x craft, okay. Captain says the best one you can get from the bench for 1x is like, oh, it was like between 100 and 129%. Wait, this doesn't let you craft it, right? Aug Regal a good mod, but don't have to. If you have this, you can't roll that, right? You can't craft that like this. It's like how you can't have a lightning res suffix and craft another lightning res suffix. Or can you actually stack these? Like can you have increased Fizz here on your aug, and then you craft the increased Fizz on the bench? Otherwise, doesn't it seem that like otherwise wouldn't you just do this? You get tier 2 flat Fizz, and then you just go to the bench and craft that. You can't stack. Well, why not just do that then? Get tier 2 flat Fizz. Go to the bench and just use a blue weapon. I mean, that's all you need. Oh, because this is a prefix. I'm done. Never mind. Forget I said anything. Yeah, these are both prefixes. It makes sense now. So you get this. Oh no, wait. Is that one a suffix? Is this one a suffix? Blue weapon with 2 prefix. Yep, that's the SG4E way. I don't know what the veiled mod is. Added fizz craft. Okay. Yeah, this one goes up to an X. All right, so what if you get the tier? You could even fish for tier 1. What if you fish? Like you could alt spam maybe for tier 1. I don't know. Doesn't sound that good. But all right, so you get tier 2, you regal, then you craft this. The 3 prefix are increased fizz damage, flat fizz, hybrid. Yeah, okay, you can get hybrid. And quality veils a suffix. Attack speed or chaos res. Or you go increased fizz. You go you vendor recipe flat fizz. And then you craft on can have 3 crafted mods. And then you craft on increased fizz and you craft on increased quality. Or alt spam for, yeah. But that'll only set you back what? It's 1x for the best fizz IPD craft. It's 2x for multi-mod. And then I don't know how expensive the quality is. Is it really 3-4x? Oh, you mean together? Yeah, together it will be. I think the multi-mod craft itself is 2. And then the fizz is 3. Well, an additional 1. And then the quality, I don't know what the quality is. I've never bothered to think about crafting it. Okay, attack speed quality is an X. That's still probably cheaper than buying an X, right? Okay, if you want just attack speed without, if you want just, alright. Is there any way to check the veiled mods? Quality. Does this not show you veiled mods? It only shows you the crap you can get from recipes. This is definitely veiled. Okay, accuracy, rating, and item quality. I don't know why searching quality doesn't work. That's dumb. It's definitely cheap because that's the GG Axe for every content. I mean, cheap to buy or cheap to craft? Cheap to buy in the sense everybody has it, so that when they're done with their build, they sell it, or... It's nice that you can craft such a strong axe, predictably. You even get intelligence and quality. Okay, cheap to craft. Local attack speed and local item quality. Great value. I wonder if you can get more quality if you don't get the attack speed. If you just want the biggest deeps. Veiled. There's so many mods in the game. Strength and quality, no. So there's no just flat quality. There's no like flat quality is the same. 18 max. Okay. I was thinking maybe there was a craft that was just quality. It wasn't like a double up. Oh, okay. Yeah, so you definitely want attack speed. %28 natural quality. Yeah, you definitely want that. Are there catalysts? Catalysts don't work on weapons, right? They only work on like jewelry and stuff. So you've got to hillock up the weapon and then craft increased quality on top of it. Interesting. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's not bad. Not a bad way to craft an axe. Not super expensive. I mean, it's pricey, but not horrible. The increased quality is for the multi-mod. Yeah. Okay, I need phase run on something here. Probably this one. Test it out. Okay, so you don't actually run, it just...
I can't do this just yet.
Not even that quick, too. I assume you only... Let me see. Yeah, you come out of phasing for that. Okay, so you have to do it while this is active. Interesting. Once you get the axe that you're committed to, why not try to 6-link that? Instead of 6-linking your chest.
They've come to you to die. You are their mercy.
Because since you're going to quality that up, it's going to be easier to 6-link.
Well.
I will not allow sin to overtake purity.
Because once I invest in that axe, I'm not going to be like, this axe is just going to hold me over until I buy the 50x axe on PoE trade. The one and only Path of Exile site. The mana sap from this guy is horrendous. I might actually want to bring in a mana flask. Hey, Zenzuki. What is this? This is mapping. Nah, it's just Flashback League. New League comes out in January. Flashback League is they basically buff the odds of previous mechanics appearing in each map. I think it's typically like a 1 in 10 in a map. You'll get like 1 in 10 you might get a metamorph to appear in a map, or 1 in 10 you get a blade encounter. But for Flashback League, I think there's like you get 3 previous league mechanics guaranteed in every map. So it's like a blast from the past. One of the analogies I gave earlier was, imagine Path of Exile is typically a bowl of Lucky Charms, and when you poured out a box of Lucky Charms out into the bowl, it's mostly cereal with a few marshmallows. Well, Flashback League is reverse the ratio of cereal and marshmallows. Like, they just add so much of the rare, exciting content that you're just guaranteed to get it in maps more often. Let's see if I can't do this. So, do this. Do the Seismic Cry up. Cancel. This buff up. I must have missed. I'm gonna need a better spot for the flask. I can tell that already. So let's try without the flask. I mean, I could put it on spacebar. I'm probably gonna have to do that. Yeah, it's pretty fun. Especially like I'm pretty fond. Other than Blight, Blight is whatever. I guess after a break, it doesn't feel as bad since I played it a lot during the league. But I suck. I swear we're gonna get this right once. I'm gonna one-shot that thing. And most of the leagues that got, Blight, which was like the tower defense league. See, now why did that not do so much damage? Well, that did. I'm confused. Seemed like a miss. The second hit did, though. Weird.
I can't do this just yet.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I see how it could mean the fact that my damage was missing there now, though. You'd be right either which way. Where are the guys in the robe? They're just generic enemies. Taking a lot of damage here. I don't know if I want to do the breach. I can clear out these other things first. And the mana suck is deadly, because I rely on mana for, like, escape while doing damage. And my strategy is kill stuff before it kills me. If I'm out of mana, I can't escape either. The crystal? The thing I just activated is a breach. It's one of the examples of the flashback mechanics, or a marshmallow. There was a breach league a while ago, and it put those little, like, crystal-like hands guaranteed to spawn at a map, in every map in breach league, and it you basically, a bunch of monsters pop out, and you have to kill the monsters as they expand to keep the breach expanding, and you just get we didn't see much of it there for some reason, but generally they drop a lot of loot. You can also get splinters, which open up special boss areas. Yeah. There's a bunch of that stuff in the Flashback League, which makes it really fun. This one level of socketed bow gems.
Keep your life to your own.
Decimation bow. Bows used to be really good because you can get like +3 level to socketed gems in them. Used to be really meta. But I think now they're like not so meta. We're probably gonna die here, but whatever. Good or not, it sounds good. It does sound good. So I guess I go see Zaina and she's like, oh yeah, I'll open that up. It's just, this is probably like one of the worst ones to fight. Well, the map will suck. The map will suck, but maybe the boss, if we can roll up some big deeps, won't be so bad. I'm not a fan of the mana sucks. Every time I'm in one of those big diamonds, it drains my mana. That's really bad because I don't have a lot of mana. A lot of it is reserved, so you just have this tiny little bit at the bottom there. And if I'm not at a certain mana threshold, like right here, I can't get my attack off. So if I can't get my attack off, I can't kill stuff that's immediately in front of me, and so I probably die. What's even worse than that is my travel skill to escape is also dependent on mana. So if I have no mana, I can't escape either. Like I can't do this, which is like a quick emergency escape button. These little chests full of Parandus coins are also an example of Flashback League mechanics being added back in. Alright, we got the level up, so if we die, it's fine. That is the softcore strats, I know them well. Get level up before doing hard content. The gear is very poor on this character. But I'm lazy about upgrading. I have enough money to like get some at least half decent gear. Increase damage, increase strength. Yeah, increased damage sounds nice. Smile. Yeah. I'm playing as a duelist. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. Here's how basically the mechanic works. So here, Seismic Cry. There's one, it says here, it exerts the next 4 melee slam attacks, but we have a passive skill that increases that by 1, so it exerts the next 5. Exerted attacks deal 30% more damage. Exerted attacks. There's one other important part there. Exerted attacks deal 30% more damage per previous attack exerted by this war cry. So that's a lot of damage. So the strat is we seize McCry up right here. And then we get that number down. These are all attacks we're canceling. We get that number down to 1. So this is the super buff attack. And then we get up our second cry. And then we go in. And we kill some stuff. Like that. I've got to get used to what buttons I have to press though, because I need to pop the flask because that's 23% more melee fizz. I need to phase run. I need to press both these buttons together.
Can't do this just
Could
yet.
press the Q a little bit early. That would work. This build is like the strongest build in the game right now, and it doesn't even require a lot of gear to leverage. It takes advantage of the fact that, I mean, that more multiplier is really strong. That sneeze was rough. Uh-oh. You get so much damage just off of that scaling. Good now? I'm glad you're good. I'm glad the sneeze has come and gone. It's just a really awkward button combination I have to press to get full. Like, I can't press E and 4, so I'm going to have to rebind this. What I could do is this, because I can press both of these keys at the same time. Alright, let's try full deeps. I'm going full deeps. Let's bail. I need to set up the full deeps outside. Please do that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get this one up. What sucks is if they cancel it on you. Maybe I'm just not doing it right, but it feels like they can get a cancel off on you. A cancel sucks. I'll try this again. Well, that thing died. Hmm. I'm going to portal out here just to get my flasks up. Okay, let's see if I can set up outside here again. Can't level up gem. That's fine, I don't need that leveled up.
Shadow can never overtake light, demon.
Demon. I still feel like I'm missing something out of this, though. It still doesn't do the... It should do so much damage, and it doesn't, and I have no mana. This is one of the endgame bosses. Unless that's as good as it gets for my axe DPS. If this is really the strat, it's not as big as I wanted it to do. No, that's from his perspective. Because he's the bad guy, so he sees us as the bad guy. I mean, the damage is... I mean, he's got a lot of HP, so there's that. And I don't have good equipment. So it could be it. Yeah, that's actually pretty good damage. Not bad. Yeah, build is strong.
This powerful. What are you?
Nah, it's just he has a lot of HP. So it's just one phase. We just every time we hit him, we hit a huge chunk of it. Oh, I see.
Hello.
How late in the story? He's in post game. So he's in mapping. So you have to beat all of the acts, and then you unlock the epilogue, and he's part of the epilogue. But he shows up multiple times. That's just his first appearance. The other times when he shows up, it's the same fight. He's just a little bit he does more damage and has more HP. Alleyways is a really good map. If it's the one I think it is. This might be my last map of the night. I'd like to play longer, but I really shouldn't. So let's make it count.
They will turn you into red milk.
We're gonna get one buff on this delirium. Okay, that's good. There's a lot of crap over there. I'm ending the delirium. I'll take the one. Take my arsenal map and my scouring orb, and I'll call that a win. So much damage. Now that I know this chat. Whoa, 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 whoa.
You know where to bring it.
Just chatting with my friend Kadiro Perandis for a moment. Please don't kill me.
To an exile, allow me to turn your coin.
That's a scam.
May we prosper from this relationship.
Frozen? Okay, that's a rogue exile. So we will one-shot him. The power. I didn't even phase run. Ah, you could just stack so much damage with this build. And when I get the OP axe, even better. Should really craft a freeze flask, because that's going to kill me at some point. Not having a freeze flask. Yeah, this is going to get nerfed, unfortunately. That's very likely. Because you're not... It seems like it was an oversight that you could do this. Because part of what makes this build powerful is the Call of Steel. No, but it seems too strong. And stuff that's too strong gets nerfed in Path of Exile. Also, part of the reasoning is that a lot of where this build gets its damage is from Call of Steel. And Call of Steel is a bonus skill you get when you socket in a steel skill like this one. Splitting Steel. So Splitting Steel is an attack. That's Eagle Captain was talking about, because he actually tried to do a splitting steel build and said he just couldn't get it going. Like it's not a very strong skill. So it comes with this freebie skill called Call of Steel. It's like one skill gem gives you two things, and you're supposed to synergize them together. But the oversight is this Call of Steel skill procs on impales, and Splitting Steel, the skill that comes in the same gem, isn't the only way to get impales. You can get impales a lot of ways. So what we do is we generate impales from Ground Slam, a completely separate skill, and then Call of Steel on top of that. And it seems like maybe the oversight was they didn't expect that interaction to be there. Like it's probably meant to only be used with the skill it comes with, this one. Because, yeah. It says, consume a steel shard, blah, blah, blah. It says, steel shards are gained with the Call of Steel skill. So. It's a weird interaction. Impale makes sense for bows. I'm not sure. I think bows are more like... I think the theme for bows is Pierce, which lets projectiles go through multiple targets. But Impale... it like casts a special debuff on an enemy from melee skills. I'm not sure what the debuff does, but the Call of Steel like does damage based on the impale. So if you get a really strong impale, which is what we do from the Ground Slam, and then we call Shattering Steel, it just does tremendous damage. We can check. We can check on the passive tree. I'm not 100% sure how Impale works. I just know if you get an impale and you call Call of Steel, it does big damage. So impale. That's not. Here we go. This one. Impale support. Supported attacks. Hold on. Okay, I gotta take out this guy first. To be continued. Is this twinned? Let me make sure he doesn't have a friend up here. Yeah, he's got. Is that? Alright. I don't know what that is. We gotta take care of it. Okay. Supported attacks have 40% chance to impale enemies on hit. Supported attacks have 46% increased impale effect. Supported skills deal more damage. Impale damage dealt to enemies impaled by supported skills overwhelms 30% physical damage reduction. When an impale enemy is hit, the impale reflects 10% of the physical damage of the impaling hit to the enemy. Impales last for 5 hits or 8 seconds. So we impale, and then once it's impaled, reflects 10 damage of physical damage of impaling hits the enemy. But more so, I think what we do is, okay, Call of Steel. Reflects physical damage around each enemy equal to the damage of removed impales, multiplied by the number of hits that have been left. They have left. Grants one social for each impale. Grants. Okay, reflected damage is dealt with 47. Okay, so that's dealing more damage. And then we also use the impaler. When your hits impale enemies, also impale other enemies near them. Inflict 4 additional impales on enemies you impale. So we like quadruple impale. Yeah. Like impale is weird, but like reflects damage to the enemy via their impale. Enemies cannot be impaled for 4 seconds. So impale support gives us 40% chance to impale enemies. Lord of Steel gives 10% chance to impale enemies, so that goes up to 50%. And then Master of Metal gives 20% chance to impale enemies on hit with attacks. So where's the extra 10? Right, we're supposed to have 100%. Am I missing something? We're supposed to have 100%. It's 10, 20, and 40 from the gem. Yeah, it's cool and it's really strong too. I don't think I meant to take this. Increased impale effect. I think even without the unintended interaction that's going slam, going to be strong. I think we somehow get 100%. Is it this one? It's supposed to be like guaranteed impale. Maybe as you level up, the impale chance increases? I doubt it. Maybe that's the reason. I better check. Maybe that's the reason why sometimes my hits don't do too much. Is because I don't somehow have 100% impale chance, which I should. Seems very important for this build. Always be impaling.
Goodbye.
Yeah, if you don't get it, it does a significant less amount of damage. Alright. That's gonna do it for me for tonight. Felt like we made some good mapping progress today and also did some heists. Only died once in the heists. That's good. Got a lot of loot from there and some XP. I think I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try and stream tomorrow. But just in case I don't, hope everybody watching has a good Christmas if you celebrate. We're gonna host Tager, who's playing some Forbidden Memories. Go cheer him on. Good night, guys.